by the way, very importantly, that MOU has been adjudged illegal by the present Chief Justice, Justice Brian Sykes. So the MOU that was used to deport
Dodos.
Dodos, the Chief Justice of Jamaica, Chief Justice Brian Sykes, has since ruled
that is illegal. Okay.
It was illegal. So I have news. Anytime Dodos come out, I'm going to sue the state deport him illegally. Take that from me. Because of Peter Phillips. Sign a corrupt illegal MOU and use it and deport
I don't think he can sue because he waived his right to challenge the extradition. I don't think he might have a right to sue.
Well, some tribal issues are there. We can't speculate on that, and I won't. Some issues are there. All right, but that's all I wanted to put out there.
All right. While you put that forward, DJ, I want to say two things. One, I want to follow up on what Protecting was saying. And two, I also want to state that as a Christian, the Bible that I believe says the heart of men is desperately wicked and no one can know it. Right? If everybody had a good heart, you wouldn't have rapists, you wouldn't have murderers, you wouldn't have thieves, you wouldn't have liars. Right? And do not underestimate how far people go. If you study the history of politics in Jamaica and what the PNP has done to this nation, and I'm talking including taking people's lives.
You can't say both sides here. You can't say both sides.
Sir,
you can't say both sides in the name of politics.
Sir, I am talking about, you said people's heart are good. I am debunking that. I'm not telling you whether it be JLP or PNP. I'm just saying that is not so.
No problem.
Right? In addition to that, I want you to ask the comrades a question. Why is it?
You mute up, you know. Check your thing.
VG, it looks like you have something, but we're not hearing.
I'm back. Why is it that when...
No, sorry. I'm supposed to be on mute.
Why is it that when Bulby was wanted for 10 years in this country and couldn't be found, how did he find his way on the stage of a political meeting in Spanish Town to the extent that he was able to slap the then Minister of National Security on his face, passing his security detail, and 2 weeks later he was found and unalive? Those are the questions I wanted to ask.
Yes, when you ask me
before Mr.
questions
Vegas
like that, I say politics before we come in. No, the man say quick. To me, let me talk again. Everybody I go vex me when I talk, you know. I say politics, and when you bring up a situation like that, both sides, to me, mingle with certain drama to make Jamaica run away. In my head, we don't know knowledge or not.
That slide, VG. You know why we can't make that slide?
Yeah.
We cannot make that slide because the PMP government at the time said that them never know Bulby. But yet still Bulby did a shot Peter Phillips box in a face on political stage.
If that's true, that kind of wicked. If that's the truth.
Man, Peter Phillips and Bulby we are talking about now. Yet still.
Be aware there. Yeah.
Peter Phillips drove past me.
You told me, you said it a while ago, man.
To go drink liquor with Bulby. And after I get the box 2 weeks later, all of a sudden, a giant police intelligence-led operation found where Bulby was located. And he was taken out. Now, I want you to settle that in your brain, but I hope you have your little notepad. I
have no notepad.
All right, my last question before Mr. Vegas come in, because I know Mr. Vegas I ask you a few important questions.
Vegas knows someone don't know about politics.
When you dep on your live, ask the PMP them.
Yeah.
What is it that Dennis Chung saw with the transaction of BB&G paying over $29 million to Omar Davis at the time, the PMP government.
Yeah.
Then 1 day later, the PMP government paid over $240 million to DB&G. Then ended up
protecting. Let me correct those figures for you.
Mm-hmm.
DB&G, it says here, and VG may I read, so more you take note of this and tell me if you like this. This is corruption. It says that on the 31st of March 2005, DB&G credited the consolidated funds, which is the government account, with $28.9 million.
Yeah.
On the same day,
Oh, the same day.
on the same day, DB&G billed the Ministry of Finance in the sum of 295,902,000 US dollars.
Okay.
No, can't go so. I want to know,
Hold
man.
on there, man. Hold on there. And there was one Dennis Chung who saw the fraud and did not agree with it. And when he raised concern being the financial controller in DB&G, he was immediately given one of those documents where you sign, where it's a non-disclosure agreement.
Oh yeah, no, I
I
tell you.
want to find out. I want to find out, and since you can ask the PMP on your platform, I mean, not talk to them.
If you start
If
talking,
the non-disclosure agreement had a limited time and it has now expired, and that is why the PMP are afraid of him at the FID. So
whoa, so you look on it. Okay. Wow.
VG, hold on, let me read something for you, VG, and I'm reading from a report from the Contractor General here. And more, listen to me now. The OCG concluded that the government entered into a 120 days financing agreement with DB&G in March 2005 in the amount of 29.6 million for the purpose of meeting the fiscal deficit in that particular year. So in that year, the government had a deficit in the budget and they needed some money to fix it. So they went to DB&G for a loan, basically. Basically, other things in the book, just a short up here. So they said now, and the day in question, DB&G initially lent the government $28.9 million. And the same day, they submit a bill for 295. That's a 10 times the amount in VG. Now, in order to pay back this, you know, don't read a part of it, VG.
Chuck, what year? What year that? What year?
2005. The government also concluded that the OCG concluded that the government of Jamaica experienced a shortfall in the collection of debt relating to FinSac. As such, in order to repay the money which had been provided by DB&G in 2005 short-term financing agreement, the government of Jamaica went to the Capital and Credit Merchant Bank to borrow the money.
Oh, that's it to me. So that means, sir, that's where the place start mash up then. All right, this is what Which year that? Which year that?
2005.
2005, 20 years ago. I try to look up that thing and learn about what you talk about. It's so weird, boy.
You can Google it. This report is available. The same report you can Google it and read it too.
By the way, Chuck, I just want to say something to VG. VG earlier said when Sheikha had asked him to Google
Repeat.
it.
Yeah.
And he said he can't be found. Everything is online.
No, man, he never said can. He said difficult for him.
Difficult, yeah.
So if it's difficult for you, you ask the person who is giving the information where it can be found, and you Google it.
In today's date, it is 446 million.
What's that?
295 million. Inflated amount is 446.
Okay.
VG, yes, when I just came into the space on TikTok, I used to be almost like you. The laborites here, them can tell you. I used to say, no, man, leave them alone, man. This and that, man. Yes, but it's not that I don't know history. I know political history and I know Jamaica's history. And even so, I used to be more, more optimistic.
And you're right. By the way, VG, those figures was in US dollars here. Right?
The
directly was in US dollars, not Jamaican, US.
I want to say to him.
Guess what? The PNP don't take no prisoners. And it's full time. You open up your eyes. And because guess what? They're hoping on your ignorance, They're banking on your ignorance, and your innocence, to try and fool you. And once that, I'm not telling something, VG, and I hope you pardon me because I didn't say that. Your caution over I'm live. I said the one VG a fool, because you come over there and come talk foolishness and you receive it. I never stop them.
You think so?
I think I tell you what me here with me years. Notice me give your name. Notice I give you a name.
You see that name there? You have some people who are well passionate sometimes. Sometimes
I'm a passionate man. I laugh because guess what? You see true, you never stop them and them know you're innocent. Regardless.
Joshua, hold on, Joshua. Make Vegas start now. Hold on. Breaks it up.
Yo, VG, what you say? Panel, what I say?
VG.
Yeah, man, I respect him, but I don't say you want a platform that can come with a reason and think balance out, see?
I try.
It's a pleasure. It's a pleasure talking to you, but here we go, I'm Chinese. Me used to stay like you, bro. You can search the internet right now and see me I try to be objective on everything from PMP and JLP, you know.
Yeah.
At one point, down the middle, the straight, I say, yeah, man, I saw two sides there, man. That's them way they used to talk to, bro. Yeah, man. Until I come and start do further research and start look for evidence, bro, I realize, say, a night and day, bro.
Yeah.
A night and day, brother. And I'm trust me. You see, true is a man open to learning or open to hear both sides.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get to that point, I promise you that, bro. I promise you.
So you think a man will just come on and just lie, being party? Or I'm just,
brother,
just feel some of the information.
I not think, I can play voice note for you with the man, I tell you, say, that them do.
No, man.
Play that, bro. Yo, gentle people, don't tell the man.
VG, I'm
So you can play that for your brother.
Play film, but the man they weekend. They not care about shoot.
Chuck, let me tell him from a first-hand experience. When me just come on the live and I'm used to encounter Hugh Richards and Hugh Blair and I used to tell me for them a liar. He said, no, man. I used to take up for them. When I used to tell me about caution, I said, no, man. I know some the very sentiments that you're echoing now. At that moment, right? Until me start check and realize that them guys are liars. Then we ask you a question now and you provide the answers to them and show them the facts. Because you think I learn, them want to learn. And then leave directly after your life and go on another life immediately. You know mean? So the following day. And go raise it. A year a while ago. That's how lie them is.
All right.
But before me play that, I want to point out here still this, bro. But just want to give a simple example of how me get to start realize that the man them dangerous, especially the new to the PMP with Mark Gold in them. I'm sure the man them dangerous. And if you have any form of basic intelligence, you must can see through them people. Today the man them launch a protest.
Yeah.
Right? I go up on my platform last night and I tell the people and said, this is not about Chung, you know. This is something where them a cook up from way down a Richard Curry, them come all the way to Rattigan where protest in America say government corrupt and crime and violence and people not for send money go, Jamaica through, remittance and them things, you see?
Yeah.
So them is that something I brew and the man improve it to them go out there and I never know about no Chung are the main thing. Them go out there if you have a political campaign. It's a political campaign they do on the Sykes. You see? Yeah. So when me hear one of the talking point, when the man them say one thing when me hear Mark Golden say, and me say, all right, so if that's the case then, so when I do it then, the man say, we are speaking to our lawyers. So if you make sense what that is, VG.
Yeah.
If you say something wrong, Vegas do something wrong.
Yeah.
And you are speaking to your lawyers are not tell you yet to get back to you, get no conclusion yet,
Yeah.
So I just say like a simple thing that I use and watch, bro. I say, them people are not about what I'm dealing with.
That's true. Yeah.
They say, okay, we're going to see if the court can deal with this matter. Then me say, you not check the court yet. Watch this now. Election can't be more than 3 months away, in terms of the constitution, and the most it can go 6 months. If Andrew Williams call it. So if you think that man in a position where you think say him not for there, and you confidence you are going to win the election, then what this one? Because you are going to come to take over a country, then according to you come to run a country.
Yeah.
You're going to run a country where you put a negative image upon the country to the world, brother. That's the simple thing. Just look on that alone, bro. True. The world now get up now. BBC News pick up this. Writers pick up this. CNN pick up this. Them pick up this now. So we go out there now as Labour right now. We start fighting at the streets and because you don't know black people, you don't know people passionate about them politics and them things. So people are turning into a political unrest. Yeah. The media now pick up this now and run it across the world now. It cut off tourism, it cut off all of them things. The people start them bring up back the travel advisory level and all them things. You see?
Yeah, true.
Remember say you say you want to come preside over the country and you want to come run the country and so you have to go deal with them the repercussion that will come from where you orchestrated, you know. So if you so confident you go win the election and you think say a man in a position. Remember say, you know, this quote thing with Andrew Holness, you know, and the IC, you know, remember say after the election in October the thing start, you know. So that means that not depend on the table now, you know, bro. Right, so I like say a ruling, and I like say the FID investigate Andrew Holness presently, you know. So they might make it sound like say something where go on now, bro, like him under investigation by the FID. Next time I want to make to you. Remember say the man them go around the FID and go foreign, go get forensic, you know.
And that don't happen.
No, we don't see the forensic report. We don't see the forensic report where the man them get, bro. So when them go around the FID.
Vegas, $30 million.
When them go around the FID.
Let me not see that. Man, you say that okay, that done. That check out.
Bro, no, we not see, brother. No Jamaican, no, we not see, bro. Nobody not see, bro.
Can I just ask?
The only time you're gonna maybe see that when the court case call up.
I can ask something really quickly.
Let me just land quick, sister. So before me share that. So what I say to you is, if all of them things with the man them I say wrong, Andrew Holness thing now call up till must say October, right? Which are gonna be after the election if Andrew call it. All of them things, bro. So we did you're on this home stretch for this thing, and then what is for today?
True.
What is for? Now you know come in the government now, the confidence now. If you got a political campaign and them thing that you could have talked about them thing upon your political platform because today was a PMP political campaign. It was nothing else. But you want to spread a negative light on the country to make the country look like we have unrest. And that was the plan of Mark Golden enough to mash up the country, and brother. And that me have a problem with, bro.
We reason.
I just really have a question because mentally this is so exhausting. My question is to VG. Well, two questions. We'll ask the first one. You're from Jamaica and do you live in Jamaica?
Yeah, to both. I'm not there now, but yeah.
Okay. And you are over 30?
Yeah, man. Not over 30, yeah.
Okay. And approximately how many years did you live in Jamaica?
Well, 30 odd.
30 odd years. Well over 30.
Yeah.
And you are honestly telling me that everything that's being said here is foreign.
Is what?
It's foreign to you.
Everything.
Everything that they're saying is so life-changing and enlightening in terms of you've never heard of the political propaganda arm of any particular party and how deep-seated and how insidious it has been.
No, me personally is a person will walk in the street and say no matter who wins the same thing. That's how I stay on. No, just tell you if you ask me, I have to tell you, she asked me a question. I was never involved in any side, no great way to learn anything about it. No, so I mean that's why.
My follow-up question.
Yeah.
I don't have a dog in the fight, but this is my question to you. At any point, whilst in the streets, walking around and you know, assuming that both parties are the same, you've never heard of the Brigadistas, you've never once heard anything that would move into chorus to even begin to imagine that there is anything at all untoward happening, like nothing for a second.
But yes, American man they believe everybody could have eat food. And them say don't can't go see in a capitalist system, so the man them decides, all right, you are going to mash them up, you know. So if you go to you understand? A road may talk road life, you know, so go on now.
Hold on, and that is why we say to you, you need to do further research because
no problem. She asking questions she wants.
Because hold on, sir.
This is VG being aloof. This is VG pretending to be aloof. VG is over 30.
Yeah.
No, he's not pretending. He honestly sounds.
What is that pretending? Oh, God.
I don't think he's pretending.
No.
No, one second.
Optimistic, you know, and optimistic.
One second, warrior.
One
second, VG. Warrior. One second.
Newborn is what VG is.
One on the warrior.
No problem.
Sorry for cutting. One on VG.
Yes, sir.
I was in that same position.
So make sure
you don't understand, say,
Oh, God.
No, me just say it a while ago. Sister,
I don't mean
sister.
any offense. I'm just shocked. That's
sister,
all.
when if me know say you can dig right now and see me publicly, I say if me go into politics, me have a PNP. I'm not VG alone, sister. Enough things out there we used to think say Bustamante did was the one who first.
Deliberately misinformed. I think a lot of persons are.
No, you can't say that, sister. We can't say deliberately misinformed.
You don't say I feel say I have enough more people like me than like you when know so much.
No, wholly.
I feel say,
Yep.
and I feel so when you go on like say you know everything, you throw them off. You see, if you don't try to teach people,
Knowing so much VG, I think having the basics down.
you think that most of us have it, and maybe we don't.
I'm not gonna put you in the category of
Miss Warrior Love, my past 50, yeah, and I hear some of my reasoning there. As we talk today, me no know nothing about politics.
Warrior Love, I will say to you, as a sister, right, that, and I said it to another Labourite this morning, that not because we have this understanding, we should never assume that others do, right? There are many persons out there who are nonchalant. Why do you think the voter turnout is so low? People just lack knowledge.
I know that
Right.
there's a lack of knowledge, but a lot of persons suppress what they know. Just let me talk 1 second. A lot of persons suppress what they know.
And some people just don't know, Warrior.
Hold on, let me just land my point really quickly. A lot of persons know enough to make an informed decision, even if you don't necessarily, you're not able to articulate the way you feel.
Yeah.
You know what you feel, and this is what I've come to realize. A Labourite is usually a Labourite, out and proud, even in the darkest of times and the uppest of times. That is generally, from what I've observed, it's not a privileged position to be in. And I'm going to finish what I'm saying. I've found it's not a privileged position. However, a Labourite, from what I've seen, is unambiguous. As in, when you see them, you know them. And them come out and them decide to take the beating and take the cussing and take everything that goes with them. And their admitted stance. All right, boom. A PNP, I found, when you're PNP, you're PNP. And persons who tend to more or less straddle the fence tend to be covert PNPs as well, I've found, in my estimation. No, I hold VG to be, seemingly sounds like an intelligent gentleman. So I'm finding it difficult, whilst I understand that VG may not have a great depth of political knowledge, and I'll give him that, and that's okay. I mean, it's not okay, but it happens. And that's fine. That's not a reason to discredit anything he's saying, because he probably didn't have the privilege of being taught in depth our political systems, political structures, and the day-to-day, etc. Cool. But it's still very difficult for me to believe that someone who would have been of age, especially who would have been around in some way or shape or form in Michael Manley's time, has absolutely no clue of certain lived experiences that would give way to what was the political reality of the time, because he was existing and of age at that time. Ergo, if food is short and you'd have struggled to get rice, then you know it's a food short and you have struggled to get rice, and you have an idea that maybe there's some kind of breakdown in communication and trade, etc., and certain political decisions that may have caused there to be a rice shortage. So you gotta know some information based on that. All right, then boom. Then you would be around during certain other political changes, who at some point you'd even hear your granny or your mother or your cousin them and say, boy, I really love the politics, you know, but so and so may be the reason why so and so is happening. So again, I am having trouble believing or understanding how VG could be such a novice, given that what you guys are describing is his lived experience and my learned experience.
Nobody, no granny, no nobody and me ever sit down and talk about politics. If anything,
Nothing when you have VG,
Nothing great when we can say me know that man here or Mr. This do that. Not at all, nothing great. I just said that here. We start listening to
You see,
Kingston, brother.
in defense to VG still, I'm maybe naive. Maybe naive when it comes down to what the VG status.
Yeah.
So call me naive, but trust me. When me learn that 2 years, well, that's something I've read. Me shock all myself too.
Yeah.
So me understand, me can relate the.
Yeah.
Listen me, see my woman right here, so, right? She in her 40s.
Yeah.
And to this day, she tell me say, no, in a difference, I wish party come in.
I just some of them,
So
right? There's some of them from my life, my whole life.
I since me start company live,
yeah.
And start read the thing them and she hear me and she start pick up and she start, and here she start we agreeing. You couldn't get tired of about politics, Virgin.
I just the other day me start
and
listening.
she come from Westmoreland with PNP. No look pan all these years.
Yeah.
So when me not support the idea say because you have certain age and you live in a certain area and certain things just you must be exposed to, because a lot of people lack off that. When they say, yo, whether PNP or JLP, none of them don't make no difference. And I was one of them persons there.
Why somebody not letting come
and understand my experience.
Come and say Vegas, you defend VG. Lord God.
No. You see, that's what we don't want happen. We don't want that happen because we know so we're not alone. Because here we go now. And knowledge it name, you know.
Yeah.
You have to know where the ledge they're bridging. Enough people don't know where the ledge there. If you don't know, you can't speak on it be.
No.
Enough people. You know why think people? Me talk to an old lady one day. Grandma. And the thing that she tell me about what Siaga do. You know how much people believe that be? Because when they say when food shortage of Siaga, them hide the food and make people suffer. Enough people hear them think they believe it.
You know.
Until you go now and do your research on them thing and say, why the man hide food and create food for the poor?
The other day when you did talk about some living during time when shut a bus because of politics and how things change. You know, so I tell you the truth, you know. That's a part of my history, you know. I don't know how I don't have no issue to say who did I shoot over, who are this or that. It come like we don't know. They even live that different world I seen. But all of that
you're not alone, brother. I'm not label a man as a PNP because a man don't know. You see a man forward and objective and give both sides the opportunity to have a conversation. I think it's our responsibility to educate the people. The people can take lie from lie and truth. Yeah.
But they listen quite a while. I want a little touch.
Yeah.
I'm going to do it. Come here, straight to VG.
Support of VG.
Yeah, VG.
Yeah, man.
First of all, I want to say up front that I don't hate no comrade. It's not, in other words, it's not in my DNA to hate nobody. But that doesn't prevent me from speaking the truth.
Yeah.
And as a matter of fact, I was born in a PNP background, very strong PNP background. And when I say it was Michael Manley where I stopped supporting the PNP, you know, a lot of people don't believe it. When coming down, oh, could Michael Manley stop you? I was charming, a charming man like Michael Manley, a man who's charismatic, and who's articulate. I say, yes, I like something right, but I don't really think I do for that. You understand? I stopped supporting the PNP because of Michael Manley. And I'm going to give a brief piece of this. I'm a former policeman. I joined the police force in the 1970s.
70s, okay.
Yeah, man, late 70s. And I dropped right in the Michael Manley constituency, Kingston Eastern Division. Okay. Michael Manley was the member of parliament. He was the prime minister, member of parliament for a constituency known as East Central Kingston. Part of East, a half of Central Kingston. And you can imagine the first time I met that man, she called me hand over my feet, brother. Me and Michael Manley come right in, brother.
Yeah.
But a number of things happened, but I'm going to just tell you one of the incidents. And that was the final straw that brought the camel back. I remember the security forces was injured in a DK Duncan constituency. By virtue, he was attacked and stabbed multiple times.
Yeah.
And his SLR, the long pipe, I don't know what I call the name, you know.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And naturally, as a squad to a squad, you feel away. I love the squad, you understand?
Yeah.
At the time, too, I can tell you, I was not even able to make the connection between the era that was control of your PNP or not. I mean, I don't know to me, a country boy. I'm just come at all. But that evening, it was in lead news and JBC TV. So I reach on my house, I reach on my house, turn on the TV and did watch the news. And Michael Manley spoke. And when I heard Michael Manley said something very unfortunate happened in the constituent of Comrade DK Duncan today. A policeman was drunk and abandoned his pipe. My supporters rescued his pipe and took it to me at the party headquarters and handed it over to me. I have since handed it over to the police commissioner, and I don't take orders from the security forces. As a matter of fact, I give them orders, and these are my orders. No comment will be roughed up and reasonable.
I saw anybody. Yeah.
No, man, I'm a rough guy now. I can't speak, you know. The rough guy.
Yeah.
You're a tough guy, I can tell you that.
No, DJ Duncan did. Here said DJ Duncan did tough.
No, man, he was the man. He man won and Tony Sparling, but hear me out.
Yeah.
As a young man at the time, because I left Port Royal when I was before I was 19.
Yeah.
Got to Port Royal, I'm joining work just as I turned 18. And as a young man at the time, you know, I come from that strong PNP household, you know.
Yeah.
I had to question myself 45 years ago. I had to look in the mirror and say, no, my parents did not bring me up so. Because I began to question what happened to the policeman. The policeman was not in hospital. Did they threaten him? Or did they promise him promotion? I couldn't figure it out. I was confused. And right there, I said, no, if you're a person with conscience, you know, and you know about the people, you can't support them, you know. You can't support, once you have conscience, and you have the facts, I'm not saying that you will support the Labour Party. But if you're going to support any, you can't support PNP if you have the facts. You understand?
Somebody asked a while ago for ask VG if he was there in the 80s. It's a funny question. I think in the 80s, but the thing there, we go, what you call them, elementary school or foreign, depending on which part of the 80s. So it's a good question that maybe miss up on something in the 80s where they go on the 80s then.
I was about to tell you that.
Somebody just type of things over there in the 80s.
So what you know? If I should tell you that the unaliving rate increased under Michael Manley by 500%, would you believe that?
Say it again. Say it again.
The unaliving rate.
Yeah.
Increased by over 500% under Michael Manley watch.
Under Michael Manley watch.
Yes.
But the SCB and politics, you know, say.
No politics, brother.
No, but I say stop cuss, but everybody got cuss me, you know. But when you hear politics, you see when they say something like that, like, make we say, PNP coming up power. Zin, and you hear say, crime gone up. The first thing will come to my mind, you know. Say, you don't think nothing for JLP for start get trouble. Or the same way if it's JLP. That's how my mind work when it comes to politics.
Hold on, VG.
Yes, sir.
May I just ask you something really quickly?
Yes.
Do you believe that both of the gentlemen on the panel who have said that they never had any prior knowledge of what was happening in the country on a political level, or how politics affected us on a day-to-day basis, given the changes that we've gone through over the years, over the decades? Do you believe that not having to participate in the political system or having any knowledge of the political system, do you believe that that is a privilege that they have because they could possibly be in a better financial position than anyone else? So basically, regardless of who wins, it doesn't affect them either way. Do you feel like that's a privilege in some regard?
Well, I don't know if I want to answer that way. I don't know. Yeah.
Because I feel that would be them coming from a privileged position in a way, because the average Jamaican may not know everything, but they know something about politics. They know something about.
I don't know that. I was about to say that.
Let me.
They are not alone. I will let them say, you know. I know I'm alone.
Let me see if we can shed some light on some things.
Chuck, I can just respond to her quickly before you move the ball. Yeah, you see, that are the misconception, or maybe I misconstrue the way I say. So I say, I misrepresent my point. I don't know VG, I see point. Yeah, holding to. But it's not a matter of we did not know. Remember, say you say you're neutral, you know. Why you're neutral? Your sister?
Oh, you're asking me why I'm neutral?
Yeah.
I'm neutral because I'm on a journey of a course of decision making.
Sheikah is
And
neutral. What you say?
I would like
I worry a lot.
Hold on, VG. Hold on.
Sorry, Sheikah. I worry. Okay, sorry.
Let me finish.
No.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Not Sheikah, man. Warrior.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I can
So
talk?
you're warrior. Why are you neutral? Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm neutral because I am kind of middle of the road at this point type of person. I am in the position where I'd prefer to make my own decision based on a culmination of everything that I've seen and how I feel about the state of the union. So again, even being neutral is a privileged position. If no one else will say it, I'll acknowledge that. I have the privilege.
But I can read you be neutral. One Lashika. I can read you be neutral as me and VG. I was at your point one time, and you beat me through with the so.
Informed.
And you beat VG trim the so.
There's a difference. I'm neutral.
But if you're not political and informed, you have no rights to be neutral, sister, because you don't know that PNP mash up the country, sister.
Oh God, watch out.
That's the problem, yeah, so.
Sorry for you.
I'll give you some pushback against that point.
No, I mean, I want to push back. I don't want to push back. We're not contest the argument, but I say if you're neutral, it's like I said to me, say, yo,
I've known that
you
before you. I was informed before you. I'm not neutral.
Sister, it doesn't matter when you were informed. What I say, if you're neutral at this point, it's like I say, yo, you know, you know, I say JLP, you know, I say PNP. And I, VG still never still at that point, but me, learn a lot of things along the way. I realize that me being neutral, and I said,
what he said.
Let me just finish. Because maybe I misconstrued the way what me I say. Me I say at one point, yeah, and I mean people around where share same sentiments, similar sentiments. At one point we I said no matter who going up power, nothing not change. At this with the one time and at one point when I tell you say yo, just like how VG say when the mayor say crime rate go 500%, he must say yo. He must say, yo, a political, this, that, and the politician, they good at
somebody in the chat said, I've heard her on live, she's a PNP. That's a damn lie.
Why you upset? Don't read the comments.
I have never apart from Chuck and wherever Punkus is or whatever they have going on.
Yeah, that is true. I can different in that.
I don't go into boxes because those are the persons that have invited me to give my opinion. I've never solicited.
Warrior, stop paying attention to that.
Don't read the chat.
Let me ask you a question. When me ask a question, you said you're neutral right now. What has the PNP put forward that you are saying will benefit you at this time while you...
And me, you have to worry about. Just listen to how me reason. If I decide to vote, just on me on a problem. Don't worry about me. I'm informed. And me on a problem. I'm
going to say neutral and that bother me.
Coming to me is a distraction.
You can have the neutral.
Don't worry, sending the Sheikah. Don't worry about her. If she decides to vote now, she'll vote for the Labour Party. That is don't follow her.
I'm not your concern. Don't worry about me. And you hear me talk on reason.
What you? Let
me add something so if it can help. Warrior, me know a whole heap of people.
Yeah.
Just like VG.
Yeah.
Who grew up in a Jamaica.
Yeah.
Really and truly, they don't realize how much politics affect their lives.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that reminds.
That is the problem, Warrior. It's not that they don't learn politics, you know. They don't know how much politics affect their lives.
True.
They
maybe.
don't know, say, it matter. One of the biggest notion, as VG said, he used to grow up and Vega said, when they grow up and they know any party will not the same thing. That is a notion that is incorrect. People need to get the facts and realize that the difference between the two parties is night and day. But it's a notion that was sold in order to get people not to bother with the process. So lots of people grow up not thinking about, we don't care about politics. Politics don't affect we. Anybody will be going to work tomorrow. Whole heap of people have that sentiment.
But Chuck, a question for you. Huh? Can you say how that was brought about? That the two parties are the same? And the rationale behind it, the reason behind it?
In my opinion, that was brought about when the PNP was
Make sure continue.
That was a notion that was sold to people by the PNP.
Yes.
That makes sense to vote against we. When the PNP was in power in them extended stay, makes sense to vote against we because the next man them will come, no different so they now come to nothing different.
So how they promote that? How they promote that now?
Hold on, Chuck. I follow up on something you say. And the extension to that, now that the Labour Party is in power, it is being sold to the neutral people that the PNP and the JLP are the same for them to stay at home because they realize that they are the swing votes. You follow what I'm saying? The swing votes is who determine who win election, So if you stay at home and the PNP brings out its base, they could win. So remember there's some PNP, you were still at time to do
No. Connecting. Let me correct you on that. Connecting. Elder. Let me correct you on that, Elder. It's not the no votes, Elder. Is not the swing vote, it's the no votes.
Well, I'm saying I agree with you, The no vote. So if the PNP can keep them, and these are the swing votes.
Yeah.
If they could keep them at home, then the PNP could sneak a victory. And that is why somebody somewhere that I want to build on quickly. The persons who stay at home actually vote for the PNP. I don't remember go to the police station. You still vote. Yes, when you vote for the PNP is the worst disaster. The PNP, if you put all the disasters together, the PNP has done worse. If you put every disaster starting from 1907 earthquake, you could have go back to 1692 to one at Singapore Royal and put the pandemic and everything. The PNP has done worse to Jamaica than all the disasters put together. And you can go look at the history. Ronald Fritz, a former Minister of Education, described the PNP, the Finsack experience, as the most massive transfer of wealth from the poor to the rich since the abolition of slavery.
So, I'm on from morning, I don't talk all now.
And I will never sleep, I sleep.
No, sir. I listen to the argument and I listen to the different things, man. Listen to BG and
you have to listen sometimes. Sometimes I have to listen sometimes. Simple thing.
Yes. You know, so me always come on your program and them things from even before politics.
Big up. Big up.
And you know, we always defend Jamaica. Because you know, so me love Jamaica bad.
Yeah. But you see, it was, I'm not gonna say funny, man. Watch me use words again now, Lord God. You know, say, as we can say comical. All right, let me show you a reality. You know, so me there upon that page, 2 days straight. Really, I listen, I get some knowledge. I might say, yeah, them things are really good. But in the same breath, if I go up on a PNP page and listen, almost the same thing I say, boy, JLP is this and them do this. Like you say, facts. But don't not tell me facts. But in the same way, the man them have, it's like when a brother, we just don't get along.
That's why VG, tell you, say, when you hear we say something, go
check
check it out.
All right, I'm not gonna argue. I'm gonna start. I start a little more serious with the facts.
Big up, big up.
You know, Chuck. You see, what I really want to reason on, is big up to everybody. Bad manners, blessed then each and everyone. What I want is read back the thing that you was reading this morning.
Oh, you mean about the? All right, let me go again. Because I made the promise to read it every 10 minutes, you know. Okay. It says, let me start from up here, so we know the basis of it. So it says the government of Jamaica entered into a 120-year short-term financing agreement with DB&G in the amount of US $29.6 million. This is what they wanted from DB&G for the purpose of meeting the fiscal deficit in that particular year. The OCG found that on Master also signed the agreement with DB&G for the sales of the receivables that they were going to use to finance the short-term loan. On March 31st, 2005, DB&G credited the consolidated funds, that is the government's account, with $28.9 million. That is less than what the government wanted. The government wanted 29.6. They gave $28.9 million. And further on the same day, bill the government, the Ministry of Finance and Planning, in the sum of $295,902,000. 10 times the amount that then give the government. 10 times.
Excuse Mr. Chucks, can you put it as US or JA, please?
That is United States dollars.
So who would them time there was Omar that made that who made the decision them time that situation?
Omar Davis. And guess who was one of his BG, guess who was one of his chief advisors?
No, what say it? You say it then.
Mama Jefferson Golding.
In
DB&G is for Golding.
We know that much.
So this is what I asked you to read it, because I want to put it in terms where people can relate to what was going on and how they were stripping Jamaica. They were robbing the resources of Jamaica using legal means. Not just because something is legal, it is not unethical. Yeah? Slavery was legal. There were laws put in place as to how slavery was supposed to operate. It is no different from we have laws that facilitate how the government at the time, at the day, going through a crisis, can transfer the funds of Jamaica to entities that really become successful, while the people of Jamaica pay back this debt and doesn't benefit from it, no way, shape, or form. At that period, we have here in Jamaica, where our schools were running down. At the same time, when these transfer was being going on 10 times the amount to individuals connected to cronyism, we had our police force running down, police dropping through the floor, no cars to respond to situation where people need institutions to serve them. This led to the high crime rate because there was no good, effective policing going on. So when, at the time, when the first time murder showed its face at even 500, moving from 400, we had no money in place to put in the police force to counteract these things. Because what we were doing, we were handing over the money, borrowing at high interest rate, making these people wealthy that are politically connected to party. We had our kids.
Let me read the second part of that now, which this part I'm gonna get, VG.
Before you do that, Chuck,
yeah.
I have a question I want to ask.
Yeah, I have a question too.
Right. You stated earlier, I don't know if it was an error or it is actually in the document, that it was an 120-year deal.
Not days, not years. 120 days.
4 months.
It is 4 months.
Yes.
Secondly, I heard VG mention when you said when you asked if he knew who was the advisor, and him said when you told him, he said, "Me know, sir, that I go say." Could you state whether?
No, I didn't know that. I said I didn't know that already. Sorry, but I know that already, man.
Okay.
Right,
And
yeah.
so, do you still maintain that this man means Jamaica good? The same man was talking about low-income housing, yet and how the government not building it, yet he was able to invest in Bahamas for some low-income houses while building luxury apartment here in Jamaica valued at $150 million.
And Chuck, after that you read what I just sent to you. After you finish everything, you just read it.
Go ahead, Vegas.
No, my question.
Vegas said he had a question. Sorry.
So Mr. Chuck. Yeah, so when you read that now, then give the government, 29 point something, 28 point something, right?
Yeah, 28
million US, right? And then get back over 200,000, right?
And then get back 295,902,000.
I am asking. I am Vegas. Just a minute. May I ask you, please? When I call the figure, name US at the end of it, please.
Thank you, Marlo. These are US dollars, United States dollars.
In 05.
Can you explain why they got so much returns?
the OCG don't put that how they return, but they don't put how the deal was negotiated, because the entire deal was what they call unsolicited. So it wasn't put to tender, so the government don't know if they were getting value for money, not anything like that. So
there's nothing there to sell, say. Is a certain amount of interest them get on it or not.
Exactly. It's not there to
it just vague.
It just vague.
Most likely in those cases, short-term loans like those, the interest rates are very high. And in that period, the interest rate may not be maybe 40, 30%. Plus, they put in their user fees and stuff.
So one of the bright spots I'm like winning them. How much percent that?
1,000%, sir. I calculated in my head already, 1,000% interest.
You don't see the for the same chart with the for Joshua. You see you. Church, you know.
Here's the kicker now. Here's the kicker now, VG. Remember, VG, that the government asked for this money because they did have a shortfall in the budget. But listen to this now. The OCG also conclude. By the way, VG, OCG is the Office of the Contractor General. The OCG also concluded that the government of Jamaica experienced a shortfall in collection of debts relating to FinSA transaction. As such, in order to repay the money which has been provided by DB&J in 2005 for the short-term financing, the government of Jamaica has to go to the Capital and Credit Merchant Bank and take a loan.
And Tucker must let him know that the OCG is now a part, it's folded into the IC. The IC. Yeah, the very IC that they are talking about, the Prime Minister. It was the same people where investigate the Darren Bunting and Golden. But one of the things we have,
but not only that, Amalo, I think what we need to point out and not gloss over it, and that is why when we're having this discussion, we must go as slowly as possible. We need to let the Jamaican people understand that why we could not pay our bills at the time, why teachers couldn't get increases, police station and all of these things were affected, is because we had to become indebted in order to clear another debt. And it was done by a man who claimed to be a Jamaican, who lives here, who wants to be Prime Minister of this country. Right? He caused us to become indebted.
And that is why I asked Chuck to read it over, because what we want to do is to put on ground what was happening on the ground while these things were happening, so the people can relate as to why their life was the way it was, while these Mark Golden, Darren Bunting, were getting filthy rich, wealthy, where he could come to Jamaica and tell Jamaica, me done make mine already. Yeah? Why it was.
What was going on? Why Jamaica got him? FinSAC. Okay, sorry. All right.
No, man, we can answer that. VG. Don't retract the statement, man.
No, it was FinSAC. I was asking why the loan. Why they need the loan at that time so bad? What did happen?
Yeah, but let us go. Let us not put FinSAC in a vacuum. What created FinSAC? That is where we need to go to.
Yeah, go on.
Why was FinSAC created? The faulty policies of the then government.
What you will hear from you, Richard, then is that FinSAC was a good thing. FinSAC was the solution. FinSAC was the solution. FinSAC was the culmination of a series of government policies that led to the collapse.
No, FinSAC came after Chuck. The policies that led to the...
No, Amalo, what Chuck is saying is that the high interest rate policies that were created actually caused FinSAC.
Those came before FinSAC. FinSAC came after.
Right, and that's what Chuck is saying.
So what I want, hold on, before we move to FinSAC, because FinSAC are going to take up the whole time, I want Chuck to read how much money was collected, how many taxes were collected for the financial year 2004 to 2005, so that we can know that these people deliberately did what they did.
In the fiscal year 24-25, the government of Jamaica collected approximately 155.63 billion in tax revenues.
How much US that?
100, right? I don't know. My head no good, not a match there. 150.
Just move it. I think, yep, a decimal place, Mr. Vegas. Down.
The figure encompasses a various source, including general consumption.
No, you have to check the rate at that time.
Great
It's
Vegas.
about 96.
Great.
If you move a decimal place down, I think you'll be closer to the actual figure.
The total revenues and grants for the same period amounting to 172.3 billion, which include non-tax revenue of 9.7 billion, backside levy 2.35 billion, capital revenue 1.86 billion, grants 4.3 billion.
You know, sir, I hear somebody, what name? Some mood. I think last name was some mood. What Bridget, one man, call in and I wanted to talk show them. TikTok thing. And say, you know. Eh?
It was on Hello Neighbor, yeah.
Yeah, I think he was saying, we talk about GDP and all this tax and this, and the regular man will sit down, don't really understand that part, but he understands things there for go by tomorrow. How you chat to a regular man?
All right. Good point, VJ. Good
Yes,
point.
sir. Yes, sir.
But the problem of what that man have to ask himself is why. Yes, a reason. If I get the point of there, say no.
He don't ask himself nothing, he just try to live. And
That is why, VJ, we now have to give people the information that says, listen to me. Yeah. Jamaica is at a place now where we never get here overnight, and we won't get from under this unless we put in the work. So now we always use the analogy. We say the mango right now, Jamaica, the mango, with sunburn. It look pretty. But I just sunburn, ripe yet.
Ripe yet, okay.
If you turn it over to the PNP, they are going to pick that mango.
You're the problem with that argument then.
Me saying the US figure chop.
You're the problem with the argument, the VG, right?
Yeah.
When a man, you see, if you are make the argument, make me more understand.
Yeah.
But so when a man come tell we now say him a PNP and him make the argument, that's the problem, bro.
That's the problem.
I'm knowledgeable about what
man. That's what I say. No, him no say.
Samuda is actually a PNP activist, He's running, he wants to be councillor.
Okay.
He's in Mount Kalugas. In Mount Kalugas in Old Harbour.
Okay.
VG said something very, very profound earlier, and I want to return to it.
Yeah.
When I was speaking, VG said, and it's very important, what he said is very important. He said that boy, the argument that we are advancing, the argument is cogent, the argument sounds good, but the PNP has a counter argument. And I just want to use one instance to show you how the PNP tried to trick the people. And then we'll go all the way back to 1980 and show you something. I'm going back because the PNP is using that narrative in 2025 to fool the people. 20th of May 1980, Eventide home was burned, unaliving 153 elderly women. That of whom were bedridden and didn't have a chance to get out of the house. That morning, the PNP brought out hundreds of supporters along Duke Street, and they had placards accusing Siaga and the CIA of burning down Eventide home fire.
Wasn't there a video that said they go, sir?
No, man, no such thing. I'm giving you all the facts now.
Hold on there, connecting. Just give me one sentence. VG, remember the first time I came on your live?
Yeah.
Disseminating some information what I told you in terms of how you do your research.
Don't. You can't believe anything from Google. I said, sir.
No, I said do not check YouTube. Check National Library of Jamaica.
It's you when we start telling about setting there's the biggest problem with us. This information thing. And a man tell me I forgot library, go find out information. I don't want to learn information so much.
No, so, that mean you're not interested in the truth.
Well, Lord God, I'm going to get some false news.
Right. But let me experience connecting. Let him complete his. But I'm saying to you, do not listen to these YouTube videos. These are people giving their opinions. I am giving you sources where you can actually get factual information.
So VG, if I may continue. The fire
And when you finish, Chuck, I want to get back to what you were reading.
Yeah, come on, finish it up. Go on, finish up connected.
The fire started in the wee hours of the morning. And by daybreak, a song of PNP supporters and colours, ready to, it was at the time, with placard, accusing Siaga and the CIA of unaliving the people. The crowd was so loud that Kingston Central had to call for backup. That's how I got there. I was a young policeman in Kingston Eastern at the time.
Oh, you were there.
I was on the spot, yes. So some of the placards I'm talking about, I saw them. I saw them with my 2 eyes.
Yeah.
And I stood there. By at the time I was a comrade, I was a PNP supporter. And right there I stood and I believed the placard, and in my heart I was hating Mr. Siaga. Because Mr. Siaga really wicked in the man. I mean, as a policeman, I couldn't say that.
Yeah.
As that thing evolved, Michael Mann, the Prime Minister, was the first one who ran out with a narrative that it was an arson and that petroleum jelly, which came from America. Well, he never said CIA, you know. He said petroleum jelly was found on the scene and the only place that produces is America. So I put that people head now, say, at the CIA. You get me? Well, listen to me, Keenan. Be with me a little bit. The man himself ordered a commission of inquiry, and that can be found in the Jamaica Library Service. The result. You know what the commissioner say?
Yeah.
The commissioner appointed by Mandy. When Siaga won that same year, he did not change the commissioners. He worked with the commissioners appointed by Mandy. The commissioner said, Manley, PNP, we couldn't so lie. No such thing. And that is in the Jamaica Library Archive.
No,
The fire.
National Library of Jamaica, not Jamaica Library, National Library of Jamaica.
National Library of Jamaica. Correct, and thank you for the correction.
You're welcome, sir.
The fire was started by an electrical short circuit. And they produced a fire report from the PNP, so it was the fire chief, to support what the inquiry report said. That the fire was as a result of an electrical short circuit.
First time I hear that part of the story.
Hold on, man. It's in a report. It's not in the library. It's in the commissioner's report.
Yeah.
And yes, so the PNP are running that. They sound like a fool to me though when me say it. Not going to say.
But I mean, not me have that as facts.
That's what I'm telling you. Not going to say, brother. A PNP don't even know, man. I don't need to understand what the PNP is about. You know, in the 1970s, the PNP was in the habit, in the communist habit, and these things that they learn and they're practicing up to today came from Marx, the Marxist Leninist. Karl Marx.
Yeah, man, down there, so say a PNP started. Whole different story that again. Lord God. Yeah, man.
So hold on, let me finish.
Just a quick point, but don't move it. But be careful when we talk about PNP socialism and Karl and Marxism though, because there's a contrast. It's not the same thing.
Yeah. You lose all the train of thought because I don't prefer my finish before you come in door.
You don't talk about the fire, how the fire start and
remember me I say no, man.
Yeah.
Police had eyewitness report to say that 4 men were seen running from Concrete Jug, where Mark Golding is the MP now, towards Eventide home. And shortly before the fire broke out, they were seen running away from the home. I want to put it out there that I do not believe that Siaga and Siaga burn it down. I do not believe the report neither. The PNP set that place of fire. Right. And just
you never just say electrical shortage.
Eh? No, I don't mean say that. I am saying to you that they don't miss what I'm saying. No. One second, the commissioners were appointed by Michael Manley.
Who made the report?
Don't miss that. Don't miss that part there.
Okay.
Get that part clear.
Yeah.
And the fire chief was appointed by Michael Manley.
Okay. Me well, sir.
So I don't believe none of them.
But that man tell you about information, you know, Lord God. You know, so how that thing has sound. It sound like every high something that Jamaica can get paid can corrupt, depending on who in a power.
No. Are the PNP corrupt them?
But PNP alone.
Yes.
All right, but can't argue with you.
Brother VG.
Yes, sir.
I'm a former general secretary of the Police Federation.
Manners.
The PNP using surrogate another colleague of mine who know me for 20 years. He called me and I asked me to sell out the federated members them I must call Heather Robinson member. And I mean, this was 2001 December. Right, like 2000 December. I was General Secretary of the Police Federation. And say I must call Heather Robinson, who was at the time a member of the NEC of the PNP, National Executive Council of the PNP. And said she will tell me how to write up the items of things that the salary for the police them. And when we sign, and when not we sign. And we get my promotion. We run them way. Run them way. Come in, I am not that.
Okay, too.
You follow me, I say, Bridget?
Yeah, man, yeah, man. Yeah.
When I have this, when I know of these things, and when I see the PNP appoint commissioner, 4 deputy, assistant commissioner, whatever PNP, and how they run the force, and how they prevent them from going to the PNP garrison to pull out the gangster and the henchmen and then done. And when I see this government, I pull out PNP and JLP done and analyze some of them. It's 2 different organizations.
Yeah, different, right now, different. Yeah, right.
2 different things.
Yeah.
2 different things, brother.
Yeah.
Let me continue. Come here, I say now. This
sorry, you
important.
can go on, brother. Sorry, we take up the time.
This is important here, so now. So it says, despite the figure I just read, the $177 billion we then collect. It says, despite this revenue, the government faces a fiscal deficit of 22.05 billion for the year, highlighting the challenge in balancing the expenditure with income during that period. So even though them collect all that money, them still have a fall short. And it says here, so, them fall short by 22 billion, but the amount where they request from DB&G was 29 billion.
No, man.
You must understand that even with the shortfall, yeah, really and truly, their capital budget at those times were so small that it makes little or no difference to the development of the institutions in Jamaica that were serving the people. We must relate to these things. There is a shortfall where the institutions are underfunded to what Andrew Holness inherited and has to be doing now. And why is it so that we have so much hospitals under repair and rebuilding, and why we have to be spending so much money in road, why we have to be fixing so much police station and giving police new uniform, and have to be giving police bulletproof vests and all different types. These things were the things that were being done. So even though
why is it that we have to owe JP $7 billion?
Even though all they were collecting all these taxes were just being collected to hand over to the people that they were borrowing money from at very high interest rates.
All right, okay.
And wasn't benefiting from it.
That's how they're getting in trouble.
One of the deadliest policy that the then government embark on.
Yeah.
When they encourage businesses and persons with money to not invest in business in Jamaica, but rather buy government paper and sit down.
Yeah. Production stop and money start. Yeah.
Development stop.
Yeah.
And what you must connect that to, when you don't invest in agriculture and manufacturing, don't blame this government for when you look at the import bill, because it was those disinvestment in those entities that led to foreign companies start sending in things into Jamaica to fulfill the needs of the Jamaican rather than let them die for hunger. Because at the same time, PJ Patterson signed a thing named the WTO, which is the World Trade Organization, that creates a lot of restriction on Jamaica competing in the world with export and stuff like that. We have to reach certain standard and we have to do certain things. And we as a country, there was no investment in these areas. So really and truly, a lot of our people that would have been in these industries just get out of it because it was of no use investing there. They would just say, okay, I'd rather just go give the government my money and the government will give me 30% and all the percentage interest rates. Yeah? So we understand these things. Oh, these policies of the 90s that Mark Golding became wealthy out of Mark Golden became a lawyer, was admitted to the bar in 1990. 1993, he and Darren Bunting and Golden started their financial company. And by 2006, they sold the company for $100 million to Scotiabank 13 years after.
That's what makes them billionaires in Jamaica.
And the people of Jamaica were running away to all over the world. Yeah, Una run to small island, trying to get to the US. All the people of Jamaica, they lose over 30,000 jobs under the People's National Party that has never been replaced. Yeah, it has just been replaced by this government who created over 200,000 jobs in 9 years.
So it wasn't 30,000, it was 44,000 registered businesses.
No,
now,
I've lost 30,000 jobs that they didn't, with all the jobs that they lost, they didn't fulfill up to when they were leaving out of power, 2007. They didn't replace 30,000 that were lost.
Omalo.
Uh-huh.
It is not 30,000 jobs, it's 44,000 registered businesses.
It's all under Joshua. It was 172,000 jobs. 44,000 businesses.
Registered businesses. Remember, for every...
Listen to this. You see, what it is that you all are talking about. You're talking about what is lost. I'm talking about what they never replaced when they were leaving.
Right. So some was replaced because it was 170,000, almost 200,000 jobs. But some was replaced. So what they didn't replace was about 30,000.
30,000 were still unreplaced.
Because 44,000 businesses went down, meaning that hundreds of thousands of employees were out of jobs. And that was it.
And I've always said, BG, I've always said that even the very indiscipline what we face on the road with the taxi drivers today, I put it at the feet of the PMP. Because
go on.
When all these businesses were closing and people are get run out of them business, all the people them could have do at the time was to buy one old car and go on taxi.
They did not choose.
They never choose.
Never have a choice.
Chuck, they did not choose. They did not decide.
In the matter of a year, move from 100 to 1,000.
Chuck,
money.
hold on the Chuck, let me qualify a little bit of information there. These people did not just take it upon themselves to just go create these industries. There were meetings that I know of that were held to encourage them to go get involved in these things because the government could not create jobs at the time. So the PMP stalwarts in different regions across the island had meetings and had their activists that worked in these departments, like as it relates to transport authority, for free up road license, all when there was no space, all when you have to overpopulate the road. And so after a while, what you saw, you find 100 additional taximen on a taxi stand, and there was only 500 passengers moving between.
I wanna add something to it.
More drivers than the passengers that exist.
I want to add something to it. And what is it that I want to add to it is that, you see, when you listen to sociologists talk and psychologists, they will tell you that when they're talking about nation development and stuff like this, they will tell you that when a government cannot fulfill the needs of the people, like giving them jobs, they allow them a certain level of corruption in the country. So what they will enforce if they have jobs for the people, they will not enforce if they don't have jobs for the people. Because what they don't want to create is an uprising. And in order not to create that uprising, they allow the people to set up stalls all over the area. They allow the people to do all the bad behaviors. And then now that start becoming a part of our culture. And that is where most of our bad behaviors start happening, really exploded in Jamaica. It was under the People's National Party that we had to put police in schools. Under the People's National Party, we had to put police in school. That was the direction of where our country, based on what they did to the economy throughout the 90s and early 2000s. And they never had the money to fund these institutions. And these institutions were running down. You find people within these institutions start asking for a little thing, and you come at the front of the line, and then we give what you want. And the corruption starts spreading because everybody now becomes an hustler. Them are hustle because what it is that the government even said they are paying wasn't good enough. And at the time, most of the time, the government couldn't even pay. You have in Jamaica at that period also too, people that need services from the institution would have called these institutions and the phones would have been down. So what you are talking about is a dysfunctional society, a society going into a tailspin. So you find the disorder in order to continue this disorder, just like when you had the government come and raise the tax on gas. It was a tax riot, you know, not really a gas riot, but a tax riot because the taxes and the Jamaican people were so heavy that them tired of it, that it raised the gas. So them start riot, and PJ went to the parliament and said this is a different Jamaica.
We can't talk about the gas riot because 99, my daughter went bad way. A taxi, but if I can't go you, I couldn't reach. The man they deal with the road wicked.
And it was a tax riot. Understand? It was Omar Davis went to the parliament there in a them budget and raised
100% some crazy price. Yes.
Yeah.
100%.
And the reason for that wasn't to build Jamaica. The reason for that tax was to give to the elites in Jamaica, the bondholders, like
that's hard to believe. I can't say that. Where's that?
And VG,
I wanted earlier to
VG does remember something. Based on this conversation, VG remembers the gas riots and who caused it.
Remember that. My daughter the band that did it.
Kudos, VG. You handled it.
Someone was calling me.
No, protect her.
Hold on the truck.
Go on, connect. Go on,
I wanted to come back in earlier, just to situate a little bit of history, so that VG and the people who are listening, because we know say VG really, I don't even know if I listen, but the people who are listening, it was a deliberate strategy that started in 1993. I have some information of the meetings. Some of the meetings used to happen at the dam up by UA, 6:30 on certain mornings. And it was a deliberate strategy to crash the Jamaican economy. And it started in 1993. Now these two people, this man who started his law practice in 1992 and his friend, they were cash hungry and they had dreams. A lot of people when they speak today, especially the comrades, them say Mark Golding rich. Mark Golding is a broke guy who come from a family with a big name, because his father was still collecting his pension from the British Royal Army, because he was a British army man, John Golding. And he was just living off his pension along with other gifts that were given to him by the crown, because as a spy, he represented the crown in Jamaica. And so he was broke. And he needed money. He loved money. He wanted to live the big life, because his father have name. And they orchestrated the crash of the system, the sector. And while they were orchestrating the crash of the sector, they were already in the process of developing the FinSac. They didn't know what to call it yet. They didn't know how to fully put it together and how it would have turned out, but they started it. So in 1995, when the banking system crashed, it was something planned. Because since 1993, real push to drive up interest rates started, because that would have toppled over the system. And so when 1995 came, they had already decided which friends and partners they were going to use. And they gave it a little period to sink in, which was 2 years.
Hold on, wait.
Yes.
Let me put in this part so people get it too. While we know that it was a deliberate act.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Set out to target all of the businesses or the businessmen that they deem too friendly to Edward Sean.
Yes. Yes. They targeted them.
Yes.
After you finish, JA, I want to contribute.
Hold on, I left for the way, I left box there.
No, hold on the BG.
Now,
Hold on the
don't
BG. Let me leave it right there, so. Hold on, man, let me leave it right there. So what I want to ask you, because there are people listening, you came here today and you spent the time with us. And trust me, I respect you for that.
There you go.
Do you see this kind of conversation that we had today as a substantial conversation, as an important conversation, as a conversation with information for one to consider when it's time for them to make up their minds about which direction they want the country to go? Do you see it as that, sir?
Yeah, man, no question. Yeah, man. Yeah.
So you're agreeing that over here we have substantial conversations, but over the next side is just a bag of crap.
You see where I don't know? But I think you earlier the whole comment box get vexed, you know. I said, when you're over the next side, the people them chatting, see where it sound like your brother them. But them just saying them just don't like JLP. At the same time.
All right. So VG,
yes.
you see the argument. I can't easily put up on the right track, you know, so you be more.
You said check facts, you don't say you have to check. You have to check your facts.
No, just check the facts. I tell you, say, based on the man them own argument, them say them in attacking about nothing.
I said they play the thing for VG here.
No, because I'm cut you now, I don't want to time. So me play it again.
They get 2 minutes.
I got the ball, but look at the box. But go on talk, where does it?
No, I don't want you to look. Why you listen? So you want to I want, because here we go now. There's a person where you're willing willing to go deep in the research, and I understand, because some man don't really have time to go, so trust me. I will power, my brother, and you have to really check for that something.
One more question for you.
Yes, sir.
When I'm connected, more Vegas play the tape.
I look fit, man. I look fit. Where is the connection?
Short question, me have him. Short question. Would you agree or not that the unaliving rate went up because of lottery scamming and lottery scamming and extortion racketeering?
Yeah, man. Because that's the youth that kill off them one another, got in sense. So yeah.
No, lottery scamming and extortion. You know how that coming under PG, you know. Two of them. A PG baby them, you know.
I don't know how that can prove that one they do, but
no man.
One second. This is what I'll say. It is impossible for us to provide this kind of cover for VG. The research is too vast. It's a lot of work. It's my gosh, it's insurmountable.
Overwhelming.
Me now make a beat up me and VG because you're still neutral. No, make a beat up me and because you do all of the research and you're still neutral.
Yeah.
So we're still a beat you.
Never worry, hello.
I'll finish my point because
and you know, see, I'm a general. You know, have no reason to be neutral. No reason.
My point, because VG, and let me just say this before I go, and I'm going to touch on the neutral point as well. VG has to do the research because VG is running a political platform.
That was not that's a political platform.
Our VG is running a platform where political operatives are spreading propaganda or disseminating correct information on his platform. And VG has to be able to debunk lies and underscore truth. And I'm going to finish.
True. I agree with that. Totally.
You're telling the truth.
Worthy of being a host on a political or a politically leaning platform. So we're not in a
political... You know, VG does like for entertainment value.
I don't listen. But just listen.
You know, to me, when we up on VG platform, I don't see him as so invested in the thing. I think I just entertain my entertain.
All right, say that. Thank you. Go on.
VG cannot be uninvested because Jamaica is at stake, and I'm going to finish. The point I'm making.
VG no busy that VG love foreign.
So if Warrior Love know someone, so you can't take that.
VG has to do the work because VG is running a political platform.
You that have been doing the work, can't take sides. Whoever's gonna work.
On VG is running a political platform. So VG, this is your homework. You have to put some work. You have to put some homework. You have to put some knowledge. You have to put some.
Let's start.
Warrior Love.
Let me show you why she right.
In all due respect, Warrior Love, you have to answer VG question.
But never hear no question because all
let's say
you do so much work. That the man say you do so much work.
If you are so educated about what's going on, why you don't lean towards a side? There must be a side that make more sense. If not,
VG, you cannot give people a platform to spread misinformation.
I respect for Overload. You're right.
Overload, him don't accept that already. He made make a point a while ago, and I think it's not fairness. Him asked the sister question, I think she can answer still.
The question because everybody's cross-talking. So
yeah, man.
If you are so knowledgeable and invested in this political situation, why you can at least drift towards a one side and say that side is so better, so I can feel better. You understand?
Thanks for your point, and I'm going to speak uninterrupted. No, this was what I posited. I said I am far more informed than you. I am not a political, and I'm not an admitted political know-nothing. I'm saying I'm literally informed. And I still won't finish because I'm not done. I'm going to finish. I'm literally saying to you, I'm informed. And again, being neutral is not a bad word. If I'm neutral, I'm in the best place I'm supposed to be to get the information that I need to make my decision. Because a lot of unlearning needs to take place. A lot of persons were born into JLP or PNP living homes. And a lot of misinformation has been spread over the decades. Being neutral is not a scarlet letter.
Warrior Love.
Hold on. I don't know. I've been
silent. That's
a part of
we must have a tape of playing the Warrior Love. We can wrap it up.
VG have to stay for the tape, but I want to make my point. The point I'm making is this. If I'm even neutral, I'm in the place of under the auspices of a Finlay, a Connecting, and a Marlow, Lashika, etc., who are obviously in a position to provide me with historically accurate facts. So I'm in the place to be able to make a decision.
Okay.
This is what I'm saying.
That means the both sides of the same thing to you, right? You know, same way.
We'll get a coded statement, Warrior. We'll get a coded statement.
So that means you're VG and I see them both then.
Exactly, but you're smarter than me.
Play the tape. Come,
hey, give us some beat now.
Sabiegas.
Yo.
Couple years ago, you said play the tape. Now, I tell you to play the tape. Play the tape.
Why you usher me out? I don't want you usher me out. All right. Move it.
There's a no blow VG. A no blow that.
I take my headphone. Can I put it close to the speaker? Move it time.
Everybody mute now. Make VG listen to this.
Long time the man, you serve and brother when name. In Maestro. No Maestro we know. You see him Paul. You used to come over here a long time. Remember that brother? The man said. Somebody tell me this will talk to you. I'm gonna say, yo, the man says caution. You have to know how you talk to caution, because the man they know how to reason. That the man say, you know. That's why I come around my life again, you know. The man say, yo, you have to good to talk to him because you didn't think you have him in a one corner and him find some way out of the conversation. Some way and find out.
You know, like the other night when Paka them go play them sitting and say, oh, you're going to get yourself out of this now. Them a play where Kiri night say.
Oh, you check us out. Let me explain. Wait a minute, upon that, brother. You have to know for answer. First thing I got to tell you, I remember be here something. When me not sure, and me I say, boy, this son away, but me I say, big man, the only person can clear up that, you know, a Kiri night. Me can't make a comment. Personally, I think PJ Patis was the best prime minister wherever. He did a phenomenal job. He's an excellent leader. And if he come back again, get back young, and come back, I will give him another 18 years because this man did an extraordinary job. Yo, the man them cuss. But my answer them question. You can't tell me, say.
Yeah, the man say you don't answer the question. Of course you answer the question. Go ask him.
My view. You understand what I said? That is my view.
No, don't yet, man.
That's what.
So that's why the engineer they come with the list so him claim him go look the prices them. And that's why they go do it.
Yeah, because him sending the
yes.
rather than sending the list with the item them and everything. Me have the list. Cause the engineer send it to me. I'm say everything cool, man. Everything good, man. Them the on them 100. And match me go start playing. I'm big on them sitting in there. Fuck them.
Stop some roses.
Stop some blood clot rose. Find some new friend in this. A whole heap of people that on TikTok. That me tell you, them can't find them way out tight. Them put themselves in it. Them can't take themselves out tight. That's how me see life. Me, I really want to be a part of that bridge. There one time. Hi, how are you? Yeah. If me there one time, 14 time come around, just go do my ex and come about my business. But this thing, I lose my night sleep. And this and all them kind of thing that people are like shooting all my life and all them kind of thing there. At the end of the day, and them they sit down. I'm going like that. One thing I learn in life, when you do something and somebody don't appreciate it, they stop. And nobody live on them thing they bridging. And from me go up on a live and me see them come there, we just take come my body bridging. We just cut. One night time I see me there, and I see Jordan go up in the box and me there over front of the line. Just come out for the live, me there not talking with him. Him alone can't talk over them. They know who me actually want to sit on and run and reason with. If me just say, oh, I'm coming in the box, we don't stay. Me ain't not communicate like that, but me know say, if me up there, me say one thing, oh, back with me, say. I'm going to come out for a live, him gone east, me gone west. Simple as that. We have some people them that like you, but at the end of the day, them come up in the box and them try to play that, to try correct you. Correct you to make it look like so well then. You are the liar or try to whatsoever. You understand? Try to bring you down. In a panel live, you're not able to answer probably a message me and say, caution, you know, say the wrong with a little information there and so it go. I saw it go still, so you know, next time no, can probably say, all right. And then, you understand me? I say, you want to do it. And you don't want to do it publicly. When you could have messaged me and say, oh, caution, I know 4, but at 3,000, and I say, nah, I am going to let go the argument then. Because probably if I continue, then my final say, 4 and 3. No.
What about the information that the engineer?
The man get the engineer, might say one of the worst person, the man get, might say something about me, the man couldn't get anybody else to blow. Nah, not the engineer, but up on something there, to try to prove a point, Virgin. God see I know me the writer, so that the engineer has sent something to me. I'm say, I can't believe, said, blood now, boy, I know, say, minimum wage was $5,000. They're better off down, Virgin. Give the man the leverage, Virgin. The engineer, you don't know where the man find the information, brother. Come in and see no labor to talk about it. And you as a PMP, putting in the gun to shoot a PMP, Virgin. That's why I'm not putting back in. You know, it's time to see him come over here and send request. Because I never, and if we go up on the live and see the Jordan, just watch. If you see him coming out the box, me not an argument, just come on. We just come at same time, come and say, yo, it's not a team player.
But you see, then keep on forgetting, say this is one team. And if the team fall, everybody fall.
Not for them. Not for them. Them try to be more, like them want to say, intellect, I'm more factual than the person that are this or that already. I'm more than one time I see the man do it, I don't remember one next time, Do you not do it already too? Them always agree. I'm going to tell you this when we see with the labor right them. No matter when a labor right set in a box, brother, the whole of them go to go defend that.
And they are idiot over there, so I try to prove what I know.
Remember, a politics. A politics. Yeah? I'm telling you this now with politics now. You say me, we know say, you move the buckle. But you see, if you don't find out say, other person move the buckle, me not talk about the buckle. You have to find out for yourself and then me come defend it. Think me I go come tell you, say, yeah man, I know I ain't move the buckle. Your duty to go find out that. My duty on the opposite side is to find out what you are the wrong. Your duty on the side is to find out what me do wrong or whatever me do wrong. Me not supposed to help you to find out what me do wrong. Remember, I know, and them in a power. Them in a power. And you are say you want your party to win. So how you are going to put dirt out upon your party and your fellow people them will support you to try win. That sound like it makes sense?
Grand finale.
VG, you get the essence of that?
Hold on. Grand finale.
One
leg. Have them down, you know. Them and they go back and give them big man. Let me tell you this, man. You know, from when we start go downhill, from when you recharge come round. Virgin. From when you recharge come round, if anybody understand on the day from a long time, I will have them to the neck at all time, brother. Me and Howard no really talk. You understand? No, I'm kind of right-off player to me, no response, put me off now. But the thing when me analyze and me like when they in at the box with Howard especially, Howard out of everybody else, Howard out of everybody else, this is how we rate with that brother there. Him, I'm making no say if you ask one question and the labor go on like him no want answer, him say answer the question, answer him a back up what you say. Him not go talk about, yo, let me ask you one question, and ask one different question. So if me talk about education and realize say, yo, man, I have to liberate them with the education. Or what now move off of it.
You say if I lie, yeah, tell him I back up your lie.
You say you recharge, I gotta tell him, I don't want to talk about, let me ask you one question. How much better in the hospital in change the conversation? You recharge ever do that? Ever him nah back up on you and say none at all. When him see them in the corner, I beg for them life and you have them. You recharge that the man will come save them. Save them, brother. That me don't like. Even they save your brother. Me don't know what. Hey,
but them always ask for you.
I'm trying to figure out this thing and it's a puzzle maker. Me can't understand how we have fight hard to get down something and when you get it down, you go back and rise it up back. You go renew it back again. Why next? Yeah, depend on life. You depend on life with all cumbrance in the box. And a man go say something, he might make a one simple mistake, you know. I'll let me hear the mistake, me go and let me hear. Him I will call you out. Sir, I'll tell you. I'll tell you if it's topic. Really, sir. You understand what I'm saying?
You know what the one for? Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan love that style of team. Love correct. But you know, let me tell you what me not put back Jordan for my life. Me remember, you know. Me did I talk about the thing there, the basket. And then he said a $3,000, the basket to go. I said, look, now Jordan go fine. It's a 4,000. A 4,000 how much? 4,000 odd dollar. The minimum wage at that time was $5,200. I said the man killed me in the showbread chain.
So you know the engineer inbox.
I said, the man I give the man the information. I get out of you even know that, hold it to yourself. Just education will give the man some can't have it now. We go run with bread chain, because he never know. All along when me talk about the $3,000, because me never know, me think of $3,000, you know. The man go search for the fine, say, and a $3,000 and $4,000 odd dollar. Minimum wage and you against it would be talking nice. So that's what I'm telling you. Say, John, he's can't believe it, man, you. And so in secret language that is self.
Exactly.
That you up against me, bro. You have to do research, bro.
You have to do research, VG.
That you up against, bro. Because you don't know when a man here knows a lie matter and them are defend each other, bro.
VG, how do you feel?
The information.
How do you feel, VG, you're contributing to
my brother, you Richard saying that rather be a fish than be a labourite, you know. So there's nothing where labourite can say what you feel. A man saying rather be a fish than be a labourite. That deep in the brother. Are you not doing research, bro? You can't go around that.
VG, as a Jamaican, you are contributing to the dumbing down of your own Jamaican brother and sister. The same sister where you tell me about her brother. You're contributing to the dumbing down of your fellow man. How do you feel? You feel good about it?
Stop being the general, man. The man that contribute to the man just not invest in like how we invested, brother. Make him man come to your light, man. Man understand, say, devil in here.
I believe he will come around, you know.
Good day.
Yeah.
Me just I said something quick. Good day. Yeah, you know, I've been busy all day and I've been on different social media platforms like in comment sections, like on the PM's Instagram page and also over by Facebook and different news media page. I mean, basically, again, I try to put sense in people's head. I one girl there over the PM page and she talk about how, you know, the PM not do nothing from him there in a power 9 years now. So of course I started to list out some of the things that the PM has been doing, the infrastructural development and the social and economic policies that have been implemented. And when I see things like this, where someone is going to say, oh, the PM has not done anything over the past 9 years, it baffles me. And I want to ask the question, how do you arrive at a decision? Or do you make decisions if you don't know what is happening in your country? That is the question. Even your regular life, how do you plan things? How do you decide on what is best for you? And when we realize that we have a lot of people like these exist in our society now, it makes me feel scared. It makes me feel scared. And it's like me just feel frustrated because there's so many lies and propaganda going around. And there's just some really stupid people around. And me want to know, how do you, when you're going shopping, do you make a grocery list? You look around your cupboard, you see what you need. You to try and make, to make a choice, to choose what you want. Yeah, you do research, you read, you think, you plan ahead, you do things. It's the same thing that you do when you're choosing who you want to lead your country. So it just feels dangerous when these people are going to utter these kind of things. It's crazy and it's annoying as well.
Can I make a point on that?
Yeah.
Sure, go ahead.
Can I?
Yes, Rusty.
All right, and these are the same reasons why you are scared, I am scared. And you know why I'm even more scared? Those guns. That mean to say, a man we know as a PNP say, a PNP gun them, and know, say criminality are going to happen. And don't talk, and don't tell the police, and allow it to happen.
Couldn't it have the exact same way if it was JLP and a JLP to bring it in? We're not the exact same thing on that.
Hold on.
No, sir. VG. You know why most time I see your life, I don't like your rhetoric, you know.
The next thing.
God, ask your question.
The next thing.
No,
the other day.
JLP are mostly law-abiding citizens.
What is that?
JLP are mostly law-abiding citizens. Mostly.
And that
mostly.
Me not stay long. Me soon come down. The next thing, someone. 1 minute now.
Of course.
Exactly. That's why we carry it.
From the moment you're a PNP is a jackass.
Please.
PNP is a jackass.
Hold on. Please.
No, but hold on, Philippines. I'm trying to make a point.
Said something.
Thinking like that create drama. Why did I say that? I don't see that. Yes,
let me say something.
Oh, so it's all right for you to talk your mind and say, okay, but my
Mexico.
1 minute there, Father Rusty. 1 minute. VG, hold on, please. The other day I was around at PNP and he said to me enthusiastically, with so much euphorism, that the economy is not good. It's not in a good condition. And this is a businessman. And I was thinking, and I said to him, but if the economy is not good and it's going down, that means business is not going good for you. It's not going to go good for me either, because things are going to be bad that me can't go come and support him. Because impact all the way around. So we are going to have that mindset. Instead, me not see it in the newspaper. But Azan, him talk about, because Azan must say it. So people are not thinking about things on a holistic basis. Like, if the economy is bad, it's going to impact you. So why would you want the economy to be bad? Richard Azan.
May I give somebody else a chance? Your Chucks? Big up yourself. Yeah, big up yourself on that.
Why you're running like I'm asking something?
You understand?
Judge him. Hold on a little bit more.
You say something,
I got you. Chuck. Rusty. Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, Rusty.
Oh, Mr. Vegas, me need the song them for play, my virgin. Oh, me can get them.
No, me I fine tune them, man. You know, so them have to well sort out.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
No,
but before me cut, me want to ask VG a quick question.
Yeah.
VG, can we did kind of divert from what Chuck did I read? I kind of want Chuck finish up with him to read. Because I want to get an understanding of what I want. So I'm going to give a simple analogy, right? Me and you run a company, see?
Yeah.
We run this company, so we own a business.
Yeah.
And a man come forward. And so we can't pay the workers them, see? We can't pay the workers them. We have different, type of business. We have clothes, we have sell over there, so we have sell bag juice or whatever.
Yeah.
So we have different department in our business, or different things that we have sell accessory them thing. So a man come and say, well, I can't pay on the worker them, you go on. We can buy some things where some future earnings we're supposed to get from some people where own Zane and boom boom bam, right. So you come to boom now and the man come now and give you some money. And say, yeah, see the money you know have to pay your workers them. Zane. But you have to go give them back a certain amount of interest rate on it.
Yeah.
Zane?
Yeah.
When I check it now, I like 10. Right? I like 10 plus. For the amount of money where Zane income lending, like a 10x,
Yeah.
And you say, 10x, Jaja. So you come to boom and you do the deal now. I'm here run the business now, and you do the deal behind my back. I'm going to come forward and I say, yo, VG, how you do? 10x man that, then we never just take the money from over the department there and pay the worker them. And you say, man, them come to me the idea. What thing should happen with me and the business? Because I saying, you could have taken it from over on the next door and pay the worker.
Me and you can't fight over that, man. You're supposed to vex.
All right. So make Chuck understand. Explain what I just say a while ago to you.
Now, with the situation we talked about earlier with the overs, everything when I go on there, so, with the loan and its sound, it is what it is. I hear exactly what I'm saying.
So what Chuck read to, in a lay person, people not understand what you're saying. You might get, what Chuck say, Gold in them contacted the government, and the government said, all right, we can't meet certain fiscal responsibilities. Yeah, we can't meet the target.
So
all right, we're going to buy some things from you.
Yeah.
Seeing some things where you have to come in. So we're going to buy the money we're going to give you the thing them, and get 10x on the money. But the government comes to boom now. To pay them back the 10x now, the government go to a government entity to take the money and pay them. So why you never just go to the government entity? Me and I run a business, DG. Why you never just go over there to go take the money and pay the worker? That may I explain to you, bro.
You never need a third party.
You never need to make a man come in, VG.
What's the logic?
Just go take the money. Go over there to go take the money out of the cashier tree.
What's the logic? Why I'm checking first? What's the logic? Bridgeship? That you say? Straight?
Yes.
Okay. No, me not say nothing. Me ask you, me give the analogy, no brother.
Yeah, me hear it.
Me and run the business. You have to figure that out as a youth now, as a man with critical thinking skill. Are the basic critical thinking skill, brother. Simple, bro, because you go now, you owe the work of them and money over there, so. And you're a business same way, one business, It's just that a different departments, but you can go over there, go take the money and pay them.
Yeah. And
then when you get the receivables or get the money where people owe you, you just put back the money over there, so.
Me that's simple.
I want to ask you a question, VG, please, if I may.
Yeah, man, go on.
All right. Let's see, I'm going to tell you something before I ask you the question, though. You see, sometimes, it's the words from my mouth defile we,
Manners.
Not the actions. And sometimes you're saying, I am this, or I am not this. But your
Yeah.
actions portray something quite different.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
So I am not going to say you are a PNP, but you act like one.
Exactly. Nothing wrong.
Yeah, that's your rhetoric. That's
Yeah,
how I
yeah.
see you.
Yeah.
Right? All right,
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you why. You're
Yeah.
a sensible big man. You look like in your late 40s, early 50s.
All right. Yeah.
Whether you're there Jamaica or you're there foreign, there is enough information out there for you to know what went on in the 90s and possibly the 70s. Because there are a lot of old people who don't know what in the 70s because the media wasn't as accessible as it is now. Right?
Yeah.
But let me give you the benefit of the doubt. Say, you know what going on in the 90s.
All right, go on now.
Good. And for all the people that are still alive that was in the 90s under the atrocities of the PNP, and I'm sure you must agree that there was a lot of serious atrocities done to this Jamaican public by the PNP. They used the police and the military to defend themselves against the populace. And by the populace, I mean the JLP populace. Right? That is one thing. They made a mess.
Yeah, teach for that. Go ahead.
Right. They made a mess of the economy. And when I say a mess, I mean like a whole load of shit IT. Seen of the economy.
Yeah.
Right? And only they benefited from it. The regular ordinary Jamaicans were not included. As a matter of fact, they were robbed. Right?
Who is the regular ordinary Jamaican?
We, me and you, Jamaica, regular man in the street when up in the upper at a launch.
Oh, I
the upper echelon made a lot of money from investment during the time of the FinSac era.
A while ago, you said going like a PNP, right?
Right, all right.
That means that me and you say PNP, that means that me and you are not the same people then. My situation have a different than yours. In me a PNP.
Whatever context you want to put it in, sir.
Go on, make a good reason. Yeah.
All right. And with all the atrocities that had taken place under the PNP, why would anybody with a sensible, well-thinking mind as a human being want to come now after all that slave masterism from you know Mark Golden's family and all the bad choices that was made by the PNP and all that? Why would someone in their well-thinking, righteous mind wants to be a PNP in today's modern Jamaica? With all that is happening, why would somebody defend the PNP and still be talking about one Marky G? Me want to understand that.
We understand the one Marky G, but you see, when you talk about 90s, and you're going to tell me about some drama that happened in the 90s and how bad things were, but going back to it again, me just did I live day to day without no, I don't know who's the MP, councillor, and I don't even know what's the Prime Minister in the 90s. I'm just I live.
I feel to believe that. That answer was quite firmly constructed. You're a thinking man, but I'm not buying that.
All right, man. So that means if I was to give my straight opinion, you can decide if it's fact or false.
Not necessarily, because your opinion could also be the truth. So let's hear it.
All right. Somebody just said, VG, we did a suffer. I don't remember a suffer in the 90s. I don't remember a suffer. People talk about in Jamaica, nice guy can go next door and borrow some sugar if you run out of sugar. I don't think I ever asked my neighbor for a mango in my growing up. You understand, Mr. Say? Certain things we just never really got through. Vegas was the one who said, brother, somebody, some gunshot did a bus and a man run through this because of politics. I have none of that in my timeline. So certain things I never experienced. I can't talk emotional as you about the what you call it, politics. You understand, Mr. Say?
Come closer to your microphone, you're driftway.
All right, yeah, make me cover it or something. DJ say you take people for fool. No, man, that's a reason, Lord God. A reason my truth. You have your truth, me have mine. Don't read the comments. You know, somebody don't really read comments. Go on, General, ask a question again. Wait there.
Yeah, I mean, I say, you see?
Yeah.
And you never hear nobody talk, and you know, have no experience, and nobody around your way went through hell. And you have no knowledge of the 49,000 that was stolen and the people's property.
You know people were bad and faith and them. Yeah, okay, I'm not gonna lie. When one back the lock, we see China man who never know second ball about money. Yeah, when back the lockdown, excitement is gone.
Defense, please.
Who's that?
If I may speak in VJ's defense,
I get defense away. I say, go on. Thank you. Man.
Okay, so I'm going to speak from a perspective of privilege, right?
Privilege.
And I don't believe that privilege is a bad thing, but I'm now of the belief that VJ is one of those privileged Jamaicans, again, not a bad thing, who had the privilege of not facing the hardships that the average Jamaican faced by what I'm now understanding to be a time of severe turmoil, political unrest, and some political decisions that may not have been in the best interest of the has said. And again, it's not privilege becomes a problem, in my humble opinion, when you envelop yourself in your privilege and you don't make an effort to understand the
Jesus Christ. Where that girl come from, man?
to understand the disenfranchisement of the average Jamaican or the average neighbor, or anyone in your immediate surroundings, or in the wider population. That's when privilege to me becomes a problem. I don't have a problem with VG seeming to have been raised in a more affluent setting that would prevent him from being faced with the day-to-day challenges that the average Jamaican was faced with. Not a problem.
Really nice excuse.
Hold on.
Let me just, VG, I'm sorry, VG. Let me just, I just want to ask.
Yeah.
The only issue I'm having is that I don't get the feeling that VG took the opportunity to understand the wider ramifications of these, what I'm now learning to be less than favorable, carefully thought out policies, for want of better words. Now, VG seemed to have been insulated from the challenges that were being faced by the average Jamaican, based on what I'm hearing. So VG never had to ask for any assistance in a time when most persons seemingly were struggling. So VG doesn't understand those struggles, right?
Hold on, 1 minute. That sounds to me like yes, a BG family was a privileged PNP family.
Well, I'm not in a position to decide.
Yeah, you shouldn't, but I am just suggesting.
But VG sounds to me like he was insulated. So when everybody kind of say, "Oh my gosh, it was hell, I was suffering," VG is like, "Well, I don't really remember that because I think I was brought to the US to go to elementary school. I was returned to Jamaica."
Ask a question.
Is not necessarily in a position.
VG, I wonder if you realize a slap warrior love a slap you up.
No, that's a reality of what's going on. We just talk. What is hold on. Hold on, give warrior love. Let me done. Hold on. Give me a thought now.
When you're not able to understand the collective struggle of the people who are more so like you than the other privileged persons that you're
Hold on.
In Jamaica as a dark-skinned black person, there's not a lot of you in these spaces. So the truth is, you'll find yourself being more aligned with the persons you're around, who are light-skinned privileged people.
Can I ask a question now? What general? How's your box going?
Well, on the VG, may I come? The rest of Jamaicans, the ones who look like you, these are your people. We're your people, and the sheep of your pastor. You are supposed to be aligned with us and try to understand the general struggle of the average Jamaican. And you are not, unfortunately, you're not going to be awarded any cool points for being so insulated and isolated from the general consciousness of the general Jamaican population, which is we were struggling at that time. And that's just fact.
So if you know this, how you don't take a side yet then? Miss knowledgeable.
It's not everybody that vote take a side, Virgin. People just vote for policies.
Ask she why she don't not even vote. Just take a side. Not even vote.
Okay, so BG, what I'm trying to get you to is to unlearn the privilege that has afforded you the insulation from being able to understand. I'm here to learn.
You want to live over my...
No, she said she did privilege, VG. And because she did privilege, she lived the life now.
No, I want you to listen to me. I'm here to tell you that privilege is not a bad thing. Some of us are privileged, but some of us are able to understand that others aren't. So we're trying to involve ourselves in the political process so our votes can balance the scales of those who are privileged versus those who aren't.
I think I can learn something from this girl. I like this girl. I think I could learn something.
I'll labor right, Ross.
So let me ask her a
Rusty,
question.
you don't see that.
If she asked me about a certain time, and that was
When you make a man talk, look at the man and just talk long, and no, the man talk.
no, not try some. I see because
you talk now, you know.
Yeah, but you know that
you know, said the other day. I had a TikTok break.
Yo, brother, tap your bum cloud there, the man talk, man.
Your mouth not gonna me, Rusty. Rusty, your mouth not gonna fight me. I'm one to tell him.
This is kind of maintain.
A man like Uno.
Chuck, mute him, no man. Chuck, mute the man, no man.
I want to Rusty. Uno gonna listen. I don't have opinion on Rusty. I don't feel like boy. I want to.
Jenna, calm down.
You guys to the Chuck. Yo, Chuck. I knew you and me left from a week at Jersey. I chilled me take. I mean, I listened to the argument a long time. We have to give the man a time to talk to bad man. I want to. I want a problem in the man. I want to. I'm not going to get me upset, yeah.
Calm down, Jenna.
I want Jenna. Right, I want you.
Who is supposed to be talking? I'm confused. What's
Warrior. What is that? What is that? I don't talk after this. You just ask me opinions, Zane. I miss to talk about my life, then you start talk about privilege. I want to tell you a story. There was a brethren on TikTok. After me say, you know, say certain part of town is music. Make me know them part there. Me never go them part there, Zane. You know the man say? Him say, oh, see one of them uptown boy with tall socks and short shorts. You see boy like you, we used to come rob you and carry money back downtown. That's how we used to live. Boy like you used to come rob. This is a brethren me I talk to us two elder, you know. And the man, a highlight say, boy like me, him used to come rob and go downtown and spend the money. And I realize they say talking to people, if you just humble sometime and listen, don't talk too much. Listen and you learn about different personalities and how people say things. Because I say, my brethren is a big long time thief and I don't even know it. Now you talk about privilege. I'm glad that I was privileged enough to live different places and live amongst different situations. I'm glad for it. You have some people that don't understand, even you talk about privilege. Uptown youth. And they say, yeah, enough man will come uptown and
by saying that's not a problem.
No, we never say that's a problem. I understand about the living height. Some people were talking. Hello?
Yeah, right. Go ahead, VJ. Go ahead.
What does that talk about? A person who lives in the rural who can talk about is the easiest place to build a house and you can do this and you can just put up some block and this. Don't understand, say, when you're in a town, if you can't buy a house with money, you can just put up block and this and that, and it have it, what you call it, it perks.
Advantage and disadvantage. Well, let me ask you, which part uptown you grow, VG?
Constant Spring Road.
I could tell you.
But don't say that. Don't say that. So you want to say.
Go on talk.
Let me ask a couple questions in this. Please, me I beg you. So Constant Spring Road, you only go right down a Constant Spring, down a Lee's Fifth and go that plaza that your parents drop you off and you go back home. Or Manor Park. That's the only place you circle.
Good cover in the Olympic way. Constant Spring Road is a good cover for not saying Manor Park. That's why I kind of want to.
No, but it no matter. Right down at the foot of Manor Park, I get to down there. All over. So is it that you were so isolated? Me, half of my life, me grew at 17 Narwick Avenue, Meadowbrook Estate, right?
Yeah.
And
you want to get on the wrong side of Narwick Avenue too?
Be yourself.
Yeah, we're 3 seconds. 3 seconds.
So me cannot say.
Olympic way. 3 seconds.
Me in my 50s like this, man. Me in my 50s.
Make VG respond.
Just 3 seconds. That's a quick thing I'm going to say. Me walk from when be there. Me walk through Cassava Piece and go, what you call it, Frontline Tuesday, go listen to Exodus. See?
All right.
Me walk. No, me ride bicycle, go Caymanas. Me ride bicycle, go Caymanas Park. Go watch horse race. So when they say,
right, VJ.
So, I could talk. I don't know. I could talk.
So VJ, God Almighty, man. Let me tell you something, Mike. Everybody
knew. They're gonna say.
Everybody knew. Go on, make it
talk. Make VG talk.
Well on, warrior. Make me try. Me listen to everything. Hear me.
What's that?
One of the mistakes we make. One of the mistakes we make all the while. and we make this as labor, right? And I don't make it. We have the opinion, say, because me know something, everybody else is supposed to know it.
Okay.
So, that I've realized that is not the reality. That is not the reality. Believe me when I tell you, say, Warrior, there's a whole heap of people who grew up in a Jamaica where you ask them what the Prime Minister name, they don't know. And let me prove it to you, say that going up to today. There was a poll back in 2013, I think it was. Somewhere around in time, that Christoph Tan was voted as the hardest working minister and the laziest minister at the same time. Do you know why? Because people just know him name as a politician. So when they ask the question, they just answer the name there. So there is a lot of people that grew up that is actually disconnected from the political process.
Chuck, stop that no Chuck, man.
Can I say something quickly?
Me have to tell you to stop it on your platform.
I'm at work and I want to put in my 2 cents in this.
You can.
Listen, hold on, Peter, let's come. Listen to me. There is a lot of people in the country that is disconnected.
But that is not VJ. VJ, get up, go watch 7 o'clock news at night time. In going our privilege home.
Mario, stop that. Stop that.
Because they don't believe that politics affect their lives. Them no believe. Them are going to tell you, say, why me never business, because anybody win, me I got work tomorrow morning. Or anybody win, me I go still eat dinner. That is what people think. They don't. That's why when we tell them, say, leadership matters, them think, mean nothing. But guys, listen to me. There are people that live in this country that believe, say, no matter how which party I run, it's not. I know something wrong with them, but it's how them grew up. Them grew up.
Can I answer a question, Chuck? So you want to tell me it's a VG go up Constant Spring Road. Any part of Constant Spring Road is touched near to Grand Spen, short of the road, Barbican, and Manningsville, and Cassava Piece, and he's never been to none of these places.
What about them?
Let me say something. Let me say something. They work. I just want to chime in and say something quickly. Why me a listen, see, and me a feel like we're kind of beat up on the man and I say about him privilege. And let me tell you something. Me grew up part of my life a country. Me never walk barefoot yet. Me never got school hungry yet. Me never have one night to my mother give bread or dumpling and butter yet. We were not rich. We were not privileged. So why we talk to the man like this? Did it matter to me when other kids were walking barefoot to school as a child?
Can I answer that, Petal?
That is not the gist. I don't want to miss. I don't want to answer that, Petal.
I'm going to say something to yeah, but let me say something to me have family right now, right? Whereby then live in a Jamaica, right? They must face the realities of what every Jamaican face. And I am telling you, when me take up myself, buy my ticket and come a conference, I get myself caught up in anything with politics, they're like, not all, no, some of them into politics, but some of them was like, you really do this? You understand what I say? So why we make it seem like some people just not choose to not be involved?
I'll make you one little piece. I
think it's fair if I address the privilege issue because I'm the one that introduced it to the conversation. No,
all right, let me answer this, please.
Let me just finish. Let me just kind of dispel the whole privilege and who is privileged and not. I started out by saying being privileged is not a bad thing. There are a lot of persons who are privileged. So I'm not going to say being privileged is a bad thing. I'm saying VG is privileged because that's a fact. Based on how he was speaking, I know what privilege looks like. So I know that VG is privileged. Fine. VG obviously admitted that he's privileged and that's okay. All I'm saying is it is okay to be privileged. It is okay to live well. I believe in being privileged and living well. But what I will say is I'm not I'm not trying to posit being privileged in a negative light. I'm literally saying, growing up, I may have had access to a few things, but I also had access to my toys that I had to give away. Want to be grow toys every minute because my parents thought it that they had to be given away, and I had to understand why, because you have it and they don't. My clothes, I couldn't really hold on to anything. I had a 1 and 2 things that I held there that they would allow me to keep, but everything else I would have to give away to make space for new things, because I had to be taught that not because you have all of this, you need to hold on to all of this.
Guys, hold on, I wrote in nationwide news, please. Mute.
You are more privileged than they are. You have to share. It's your civic duty. You have to share, right? So I'm just saying all of this is just like how them with a camera go to our children's home to go, do activities and learn and understand. You have this. Let's say you have this. You have this. They don't. It's important for you to give back. It's important for you to share. It is important for you to understand that even if you have certain...
Warrior, them are going to bring the news now. Hold on. The news are come.
Boards of PNP members and supporters took to Hero Circle on Monday to voice their opposition to the appointment of Dennis Chung as Chief Technical Director of the FID. Co-chair of the Advocates Network, Professor Anna Perkins, will join us.
In public opinion at 6:26, we also react to Dennis Chung's appointment as the Chief Technical Director at the FID. Give us your comments by logging on to our Facebook page, Nationwide News Network, and by tweeting us at Nationwide Radio. You can also message us on WhatsApp at 876-285-5693 or leave your comments on Instagram at Nationwide90FM.
In the nation's business at 6:40, you'll hear Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness' address at the JLP's West Central St. James Constituency Conference on Sunday. It's brought to you by the Jamaica Labour Party.
All these and more as we take you home on air, on your mobile, Nationwide 90FM, Nationwide Radio, JM.com, and on the Nationwide app. It's available on the Google Play and the App Store. This Monday afternoon, it's Monday, June 2, 2025.
All right, so let me say something until the news return, guys. And more we understand what I say. And this is the reality where we live in. Is Warrior Love is not just, the news is back.
The Opposition People's National Party, PNP, descended on Heroes Circle in the vicinity of the Finance Ministry on Monday to call for what they're describing as good governance and institutional integrity. This follows the recent appointment of Dennis Chung as Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division, the FID. The opposition is resisting his appointment, accusing him of bias and being unqualified. Khaleesi Wright reports.
It was not business as usual on Monday morning as hundreds of supporters of the PNP joined their party leadership outside the offices of the Ministry of Finance. The protest started sometime after 9 a.m. When our news center arrived, a heavy security presence was observed as comrades assembled. Scores of PNP supporters were seen driving into the parking lot of Hero Circle in cars, coaster buses, and bikes. They all gathered together with placards bearing anti-government slogans. A few of the placard messages personally attacked Dennis Chung. There was a light shower of rain as the chants of the comrades rang out. Shame on you! 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 The jubilant comrades shared as they saw party officials Mark Goulding, Dr. Dayton Campbell, and Senators Peter Bunting and Donna Scott Motley joining the crowd. Former PNP President Dr. Peter Phillips and former PNP stalwart Dr. Omar Davies also made an appearance at the protest. Employees of the Finance Ministry were seen observing the protest. PNP General Secretary Dr. Dayton Campbell alleges that the requirements for the post of Chief Technical Director were changed to accommodate Chung's appointment.
Mr. Chung, there is a clear conflict of interest based on his previous comments, but we also realized that the requirements to be Chief Technical Director was changed to accommodate him, because previously he had to have 12 years of law enforcement, and he doesn't have that. They removed that from the requirement in order for him to get it. And we are now learning that other persons who served before, who was head of the National Intelligence Bureau, head of transnational crime and narcotics crime, also applied last year when the requirement was still there for law enforcement, and they turned down that person. Then to water down the criteria to put him there is totally unacceptable. If persons just remove themselves from the politics, they would understand. And there are persons in the Labour Party that have said to me that it is unacceptable.
Opposition. You're too fucking lying. Nobody from the Labour Party not tell you that.
Telling supporters that the appointment of Chung represented an erosion of good governance.
Ethical government, honest government, government in which the people can have trust must be at the center of the delivery of those programs and solutions. And this Dennis Chuck situation is symptomatic of the erosion and corruption of governance in this country. And that is why we are standing here today to register our peaceful protest.
The PMP says they will not relent in their calls. They have hinted at putting further plans in place if their concerns are not addressed. Policia Wright for Nationwide News.
Meanwhile, JLP supporters staged a counter-protest to the PNP on Wild Street in downtown Kingston on Monday. A small group of protesters, some clad in green with placards, chanted third term. Last evening, Prime Minister and JLP leader Dr. Andrew Holness urged Labourites to stand up against the PNP in light of their planned protest. He called for island-wide counter-protests against the actions of the PNP. One protester told our reporter on location that the governing JLP has done enough to secure a third term.
You were born in life, and they were finished in life. They need to do better than that. Mark Golding is a man who sometimes, you know, he's a calm guy, but sometimes he's like his memory lost. He's lost a memory sometimes. But I will still give him one small grade. But the biggest grade is for the Jamaica Labour Party. Our party has done a lot. We don't know, because I need to ask myself a question. If and when PNP will be back in power, what will they have to do? Because my Prime Minister has done all what he has to do. We have many more to do before he calls the election.
According to another Labourite, the PNP is only trying to spread propaganda.
The PNP presenting, you know, just because they know that we're alone in our third term, you know. And they're fighting us in so many ways that them come with all kind of hypocrisy and all kind of stories. And propaganda, the PNP is all about propaganda. Nothing real.
JLP supporter.
Meanwhile, head of the Area 4 Police, Assistant Commissioner Michael Phipps, says both the protest and counter-protest held at the National Hero Circle in Kingston proceeded without incident. Speaking to reporters at the scene, ACP Phipps described the crowd as being manageable.
We saw in most parts that the crowd was very good in terms of their behavior. There was no impediment to traffic or other obstruction of a free passageway along this corridor. All in all, the protest went without any incident whatsoever, and we are very pleased of the efforts of the police in providing policing services here today.
ACP Michael Phipps, head of the Area 4 Police.
Meanwhile, Chief Technical Director of the Financial Investigations Division, FID, Dennis Chung, has confirmed that it was a smooth first day on the job. Chung reported for duties at 8 this morning. When Nationwide News contacted him at the close of business, he confirmed that his initial meetings with staff members and his briefings had gone off without any issues. Chung took up the post amid opposition from the People's National Party and sections of civil society. The groups are calling for clarification on aspects of the process to appoint Chung at the FID. The opposition has accused him of bias and a lack of impartiality in relation to the Prime Minister's statutory declarations. The declarations have been referred to the FID by the Integrity Commission.
In the meantime, the governing Jamaica Labour Party JLP is condemning the opposition protest and what it says are inappropriate attacks by the PNP on public servants and key office holders. The JLP made the charge at a media briefing at its Belmont Road headquarters today. The party reiterated that it will not be strong-armed into reversing Dennis Chung's appointment as head of the Financial Investigations Division. Siobhan Campbell reports.
JLP Communication Chairman Senator Activist Henley slammed the PNP for what he described as attempting to bully the government into improper conduct.
This media conference is not a defense of Dennis Strong. It is a condemnation of the PNP's insistence that the administration improperly interferes in a process supervised by and coordinated by an independent body. The action taken by the PNP this morning in the vicinity of National Hero Circle is vulgar and inappropriate, and the administration will not be bullied into taking action which would represent a breach of due process.
He went further, describing the behavior of members of the PNP as asinine.
On my way here, I saw a clip with a PNP candidate, Isaac Buchanan, who, it's a matter of public record, is a convicted cocaine smuggler and has served time in the United States. He stated on a political platform that Dennis Strong will not and should not serve as Chief Technical Director of the FID. How ironic, how asinine, how contemptuous of the sensibilities of the Jamaican people. But this is the conduct of the PNP. This is a trend, an established DNA where they attack public servants and key office holders who they feel they cannot control.
Senator Fitzhenley says the JLP has information of attempts by the PNP to get Dennis Chung to decline the position.
The Jamaica Labour Party condemns what we are advised are calls placed and messages sent by at least 4 senior members of the PNP and their surrogates to close associates of the Chief Technical Director of the FID.
Yes, warrior. He was convicted twice.
Of his family, he should decline the appointment. This action by senior members of the PNP is tantamount to inappropriate conduct and serious intimidation being leveled at a Jamaican who has served this country across various administrations.
According to the JLP Communication Chairman, the PNP is selective in its outrage on public matters.
The PNP was not moved to protest when the security forces and customs caught approximately 240 deadly weapons which criminals were seeking to bring into this country. They did not seek to protest and take to the streets when a 9-year-old was brutally killed. They did not seek to take to the streets of Jamaica when Melissa Silvera was gunned down. Senior member of the PNP was taken into custody and accused of murder. They have sought to take to the streets of Jamaica and protest to force the administration of the day to take inappropriate action and intervene in a transparent process supervised by the Public Services Commission of Jamaica. We trust that the people of Jamaica will take careful note.
Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
The opposition PNP has reported Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness to the Office of the Political Ombudsman, alleging 6 breaches of the Political Code of Conduct. These are the comments from the Prime Minister that have drawn the ire of the PNP.
Well,
Chuck, what is happening?
Wherever you are, to protest in your workplace, to protest in the market, to protest wherever you are, at the barbarism of the PNP that is trying to bring down the progress of the people. Stand up, labor rights. Stand up for justice.
Stand up when you hear the bell.
Stand up against the PNP.
Dr. Holness was speaking in West Central St. James on Sunday. The PNP is alleging the comments was an attempt to mobilize confrontation in public spaces. PNP Chairman Dr. Angela Brown-Burke made note of the country's history of political violence. She says
and who lead it?
Minister's comments risk undermining the political...
The PNP considers the Prime Minister's remarks not only reckless, but dangerous. In a society with a history of politically driven violence, such statements pose a serious risk to public safety and directly undermine the spirit and the letter of the Political Code of Conduct, which was signed by 4 major political...
Why do they keep giving these people eartime?
What Angela say? So we marks about the man them up a jungle where I give him strength. And a violence that approach here. Our Brown Burke attack say.
Celebrate 26 years with IQ Optical.
When Mark Golden come and say that, say get busy and get wicked for labor rights because
and jungle have him back and I go give him a strength. And what that mean? How one of them people here?
VG, let me say one thing to you. I was trying to say it before then.
Finish the news. Finish the news. Finish the news.
The news of the pan break. VG, I can guarantee you this with absolute certainty. Everything where you hear the PNP accuse the Jamaica Labour Party of is what they have done, what they are doing, and what they will do. The PNP engage in what we call projectionism.
Hold on, Chuck. Hold on.
Projection, and the same Angela was the laugh when the president put Benita up a college command.
Now try extend Chuck's statement. Chuck, tell him that not only have they done it, but we can provide the evidence.
Well, me tell him that already. Back to the news.
Continuing the news. The St. James Police Division has recorded a 67% reduction in murders so far in 2025. Commanding officer for the division, Senior Superintendent Aaron Samuels, told Prime Minister Holness on Sunday of the reduction.
So far for this year, we have major reduction in murders. Since the start of the year, we have only had 22. 67%.
Turn off your mic.
Chuck a laugh after PNP them.
Not Chuck. Rusty, turn off the mic, man. I'm going to hear the news.
One murder was in April 27.
That's commanding officer for the St. James Police.
Word in a Minute is brought to you by ABC Electrical Sales. We make things as easy as ABC.
And Charles O'Connor Consulting Network, COCN, driven by international accounting standards, modern technology, and integrity.
The world in a minute.
What's word, Chuck? Chuck, go on.
Organizers of the controversial One Caribbean Music Festival. According to the media, the festival was poorly attended and was criticized extensively after several headline artists pulled out of the event. They included Vybz Kartel, Sizzla, Malidon, and Russian, as well as Ghanaian-American singer Molly. A probe has also been requested by the country's finance minister into the payment of artists at the festival. The minister said he was intrigued by the amount of foreign exchange being mentioned in relation to the payments. According to the event's organizers, Vybz Kartel received $950,000 US of a contractually obligated $1.3 million US before his decision to pull out. In a statement on Monday, the association expressed concern over the fallout from the event. It stressed that the event's producer is not a member of the association. The association is calling for sweeping legislative reform in the entertainment sector.
Ukraine and Russia have agreed to swap thousands of their dead and serious.
Joshua.
No, I was saying continue with what you were saying. I think we not wanted to follow up though. We know.
So as me I say, BG, now, and this is easily proven when me say it to you. You are BG, give me anything in the news where you hear the PNP accuse the government of. Give me one. And I will prove it to you. In fact, we are going to go to 5 things. May I make you name 5 things where they accuse the government of, and I'm going to show you which part they have done it.
Yes, the news you play a while ago.
Provide the documentation.
The news you play a while ago. The first time I listen news in about 7 years. I never watch news. That may I try to tell you. So when you ask me that, we never watch news. We'll care.
The on social media, you hear somebody.
Rusty, chat the Rusty. Where that chat? Where you say? Where you say?
Big a second, guys. Big a second.
Rusty,
turn on your mic.
Give me a second, guys.
You are one of the most seasoned right now. No, well, you're kind of new, but you get seasoned early as a vlogger. And you don't listen to the news, bro? What the hell are you vlogging?
I can tell you. You want me to tell you quick, and then make winner talk? You know, say, when I music, usually come back that thing and play. And one day a man is come back and chat politics. Then I'm not chat about the next man forward.
One labor right, and the man will put in a politics in the VG.
I'm not, you know. I want to force man to chat politics. That may I tell you. Tell him that, Jenna, tell him what I go on, man. Tell them say man on a damn blogger or nothing like that, no, man. I'm a music man. Oh, God.
Well, I'm a music man too, you know, so me sound there.
See there? That's what we talk about. We talk about enough of the real reggae man them are dead off. That's what we talk about. You understand?
Watch out. Look here now.
When the politics done, they talk about music.
Why you are winner?
Watch out, VG. Me have a surprise for you, VG. One of this morning you're going to wake up dead.
I could have right. Could have evening too. We know where you want to cuss and say no.
All right, so no, I'm not gonna cuss. Angela Brownberg came on today on news. We just heard her a while ago, criticizing the government of inciting violence and hypocrisy. Let's listen to the general secretary of the PPNP.
Are giving this government 72 hours to rescind this appointment. And if they do not rescind it, there will be actions all over Jamaica.
Isn't that a form of inciting violence?
You know what I feel said that brother of your power park can lock up in a dog cell by himself. Oh.
Hey,
so, you know, so they go up, you know, so Andrew need to do something about this brother.
hey, you see one of them I can write good story underneath. Write one story about that protest today, no, because guess what? All right, so let me tell you where I go. So you have people like Paul Burke, okay? You have Peter Phillips, who say he can't go to parliament because he can't get cancer treatment, right? Turn up down in a son. You have Omar Davis, who wreck Jamaica, down there demonstrate against corruption. And guess what then they? Against the same Hero Circle wall.
Finance Ministry.
Where against the same unfinished Hero Circle wall where them pay billions and billions of dollars.
Oh, not billions, 250 million. 250 million.
Right. And then you had Kern Spencer TV, Kern Lightbulb Spencer TV.
Don't forget his middle name. Kern Lightbulb Spencer.
Kern Lightbulb Spencer. A stream. Like you can't make this up, you know? You can't because
and Mark Finsack Golding.
Yeah.
This is big.
And dating kids meal. Darcy down there, because remember I said Darcy come and talk.
Yes, who was there to know? The man that the United States CIA charged with leading 90% of all the gangs in Jamaica in the 80s.
Trevor?
No. Paul Burke.
Yeah. Have you name already?
No, but Peter David, U.S. Embassy Phillips.
But I forgot to say Omar David did it, you know?
Me call his name.
No, man, his name was called.
Big up to the reason still up.
The same wall.
Right, sir.
Yo,
tomorrow, God bless you.
Big up.
All right, your time here, sir.
All right, manners.
But you need to some research. Don't make people mislead you. You need to know about your own country. Can't take yourself.
Manners. 100.
Me don't trust him. Me not trust him.
Him just need me
me not trust him.
And he all right.
Trust nobody.
Your posture project PNP. I'm a dep on your life, me on your life, I'm a see.
I'm not a PNP.
Before we leave. If anybody watching my life and my opinions or my posture make you think about PNP, you can label me nothing wrong. And if you think about you can label me nothing wrong. But check it for time and enjoy yourself. Big up.
Before you go, my brother.
Me not check in no more though.
Not wrong, job. Big up.
Yes, Jesus. Mr. VG, at the end of the year, you reserve the right for your democratic choice and your purpose. But as we go towards the general election, my brethren, I may say, do some research and at the end of the day, choose Jamaica. That's
you're going back?
I have one thing for you before you go, VG.
Make sure you put your vote beside it. Make sure you put an X beside the bell, you know. Don't play the X beside the bell, VG.
All right,
one thing before you go, VG.
VG, as you jump off, you see me going to give you
How long were you off for?
Hold on, no, man. Let me say something before the man jump out, no, man.
I'm going to give you a half a page document from one you read. Just half a page. Go to www.gov.cia and put in Trevor Monroe and Michael Manley and read it. It's just half a page, not more. It's actually 2 paragraphs, nothing more.
VG?
Trevor Monroe.
I have one thing to say to you.
Yes, sir.
Nobody's nothing. Nobody's nothing. But everybody's something. Everybody is something.
Me not agree with you. Remember yesterday you and I had that conversation. Rusty. Saturday you and I had that conversation. I said not because we know, we must never assume.
Yeah, but look here, me just say
preaching to you.
Nobody in their mind and nothing, but everybody has something.
Some people just no business with politics.
Some people are living at them subconscious.
Big up yourselves, and we talk like more.
Some people just are living at them subconscious, and some people conscious about it.
All right, guys, I'm going to say this again, and me I tell you this in I want to understand. This is something I know for a fact. There are people in Jamaica today that believes that politics don't affect them.
Chuck, I know so you have to say, Chuck.
Chuck, you know why? I back you up on that. There is.
He is absolutely correct, my brethren. There are people who does not.
I miss a point, you know.
I'm back up on that.
Well, give me a chance to talk.
Oh, I never know saying you're done. I think you're done, man.
I feel like that's factual, and I still feel like it's still not covering reality.
Let me not finish because he was trying to say something and we didn't give him a chance.
Okay.
Yeah, winner.
That is why we have a low voter turnout.
I said it earlier.
Instances that we have people who lives in a vacuum, who believes that when the government come out and make decision, it does not affect them because at the end of the day, they'll still buy a pound of rice, they'll still buy their chicken, they'll still send their kids to school. They don't business who is in government. We do have those people who exist in our society. And not everybody say, I'm going to vote PNP, or everybody say, I'm going to vote Labour Right. We have some people who then dip on the fence. We have some people who are Labour Right. We have some who are a PNP, and we have some who are not even close to the fence.
And
I just want to say something. I want to say something. You can't tell me when we can't talk.
DJ is not as aloof as he's telling you he is.
Thank you, Warrior. Warrior.
I understand DJ's upbringing to a T. These are conversations that are kitchen table conversations.
Hell yes.
I'm literally telling you from my knowledge, first-hand lived experience, that even if you live in a place of comfort, that regardless of who wins, you will be okay.
Yes.
Almost every single family from uptown, make we just talk, is politically aligned in some form or fashion.
Thank you, miss. It's a fact.
It comes with a benefit. So I'm literally saying to you, he's either going to be better off. Let me not use VG since he's not here to defend himself. The average uptown family is going to be better off or a little less better off regardless of who wins, and everyone wants to be better off. So I'm saying to you that these are kitchen table conversations. So no one is aloof, especially after you've crossed the line of demarcation and crossed certain boundaries where these are literal conversations that are being had in your space. You may not know every single thing, but you are not an absolute know nothing, and you will never ever
Omalo, before you jump in, Warrior, you know why in addition to my own lived experience, because I came from a comrade family.
M's Grace, please do not refer to me in any form or fashion. Just skip over me. Continue.
No, man, don't watch the chat, man. People will always
chat. Now watch your chat. You're powerful. You have sense.
I came from a PNP family. My entire family is still PNP, except for my sister who wanted to convince to vote Labour at the last election. Right? There was a time, having left the PNP, I decided I have nothing to do with politics. I was fully neutral. Fully neutral.
And that is understandable.
Right? Hold on. Is when Bruce came on the scene with NDM and I met Christopher Tufton, right? I was still living in the lane, right? When they were doing house to house at the time, I think it's 1988, 89, they're about 90.
No, sir. Can't most later than that, man.
No, it was 1990 because I was still... No, it can't be 90, sorry. It was later than that, much later than that. Sorry.
How close to 2000 him I talk about? You have to correct him right yourself.
Yes, because I left the lane 99, right? And when they started doing house tours and I started warming up to NDM, because I said, boy, both of them are the same thing. That's what I said to myself. Now, me move from being a PNP, you know, to start saying both parties are the same thing, right? And it's when I met Christopher Tufton and another lady named Ridgard, I don't remember what Ridgard she named, who was a part of the NDM at the time, that I started changing. And then when Bruce now started coming out with his ideas, I started warming up to the ideas that he put forward. That's when I started looking at politics again. And even after that, I voted for Portia. Even after that. Right?
Because again, to be frank with you, Joshua, Portia had come with a cell, a woman time and give woman a break.
No, I'm not business with agenda thing. I'm not business with agenda thing. You can't sell me that, because that not reach me. I just did like Portia, and the same PNP DNA what didn't have a long time, even though it did dormant, she wake it up. You understand? Let me tell you why I warmed up to Portia. I remember one time when she was minister, I don't remember what ministry what's the name of the ministry at the time, but she opposed her own party in parliament, right? And she and them fall out. And I said to myself, I like how this lady operates. And that's what drew me to her, right? And after that now, then I eventually drifted towards the JLP and started picking up steam and then growing stronger. And then when I started studying the history even more and start making sense of my lived experiences, I said, no, I can't be a PNP any longer, because my lived experience know nothing but wickedness from the PNP, right? My family, they are PNP, some of them are brigadistas, them can't tell me nothing about PNP, right? And that's when I started drifting. Now, to answer your warrior, if you listen to VG said he went to elementary school in the States. So his family may have been wealthy, but he never did Jamaica in his early days. So he never get a chance to hear the round table talk.
No, but God's adopted.
You're listening.
He said he lived in Jamaica for 30 years.
Joshua, you never did listen, man.
He said he's
hold on now. I think the problem we have, we are singularized this topic to VG. This is not VG alone. What I'm saying, Jenna, you live in a sea view where is a strongly political community. We play domino with some big man who grew up with ever. People like 19. Ever hear 19 brother talk about politics yet? When that voting time, we can go call them and they go vote. We can go call them and they go vote. Them
But that's different from what VG is saying, sir. It is different from what VG is saying.
Hold on, Malo. Him said stop narrow it down to VG. Yes. We're looking at broader picture.
Stop narrow it down to VG. It's a bigger argument we are trying to make. Forget VG name. There are
but we not change it then. We not change it then, sir.
No, it's change. No, that's where it started in the first place. That there are persons living in Jamaica want to business with politics.
Persons living in Jamaica who believe that politics don't affect them.
Look here, 90% of the church people, Chuck. I know 90% of the church people.
Nobody no political like church people. I am a church man, and I can tell you, nobody more political than church people.
Chuck, you know what? You know what, Chuck? This is something here going. You see, people like me and maybe you and a couple more, we privilege to people for have their own way to talk the politics a certain way. You understand what I say? At least I just say a lot of people, if you check those people up in an upscale community, the majority of them, the only thing they know when time comes, they just vote, because them say whatever, but they may really follow it up like that.
That's not true.
Look, you know, me I go study my book, because me know say people get jacket and tie job as a result of politics. You might turn off here, my lad. So me don't know why I go tell uptown people.
Some people are 25 minutes to try to say something.
I have an exam tomorrow.
Some don't mean all. Oh my lord, there are persons in Jamaica who no business.
Me agree. When a man come out and say him no know nothing.
Persons don't know. Listen,
not him.
Because me and you do know doesn't make everybody else know.
I agree, and I agree with it, Chuck. I miss my point. Clean. You know.
I'm going to say something that may not be popular, you see? But I have to say it nonetheless. You know, that's what the PNP have over us. Because guess what? The PNP, when they hear somebody talking. Him feels his job to educate this person about politics, and he might give the PNP version. Right? We know, we assume that everybody knows, so we take one out of two position. A Labour right, he must vote. Oh, a PNP over there, so make him turn the car, we can't change him. The PNP assume that this person don't know and them going to indoctrinate that person.
Okay. I've been trying to say something for the past 25 minutes. Can I say it now, please?
Not so long, man. News not done so long yet, but go ahead.
Before the news, me I try to say it. Anyway, I think this is my opinion. I think the real problem we have in Jamaica is the 67% of semi-literate and illiterate people. That is the problem we have. I think them seriously need to start teach political science in a school. In a school, regular school.
As civics, them need to put back.
Right? And I think we need to make a concerted effort in educating the populace, because that is what the PNP never did and was never interested in educating people, because that is why they have this rhetoric say them love the poor, because mostly poor people don't, 90% of the dunce people is poor people,
All right.
Then, hold on. And because of that reason, they're not smart about politics and decision on certain things. They are bamboozled by the PNP, and they have been held captive all the time.
Deliberate on the part of the PNP government to take out civics out of school, to keep people ignorant.
But by what, me just say that should cover everything, isn't it?
I can just say one thing really quickly.
Yeah.
I feel like based on what I'm hearing, it stands to reason that it's just like with the US, where Ronald Reagan kind of aligned the right-leaning, the Republicans with God. And all of a sudden, they're godly. And it has just been that way forever. So them godly, everybody else are some demons, right? They captured that rhetoric. So basically, the other party in question would have captured the rhetoric of, I love the poor, I'm for the poor. Now, unfortunately, a lot of persons don't even know how to receive love. So even if the love is performative, even if you're hungry, I'm going to tell you, say, you love you, you're going to believe some love. It's just another cycle of abuse based on what I'm hearing and based on what general is saying.
But,
so
Maria, let me give you an example of that. Donald Trump campaign that when I win, I'm going to make grocery price cheap. Gas is going to go down. Donald Trump win. Grocery price raise. Gas raise. Donald Trump went on the political platform and said, you see this? I win and the gas is now cheaper. And the very same people that will buy the gas with more money. Yeah, man, it's cheaper, man. Why is it cheaper? Because Donald Trump says so.
Hold on, no, Chucky. PNP Rose is one of them. PNP Rose is one of them.
The same people them we are gonna pay more money. We tell you, say it's cheaper because Donald Trump say it's cheaper.
PNP Rose came on our platform and said our gas cheaper.
Yeah. That is the same thing we have with PNP.
Remember the gas riot, lasted about a week, you see? And after the gas riot, Patterson just raised up at the gas, everybody buy it back, remember that?
Good evening. They could have used a better analogy.
Gas cheaper Florida, Joshua. Gas cheaper Florida, don't say that.
Listen, Florida is not the United States. It's a state within the United States.
Always missing the point.
They could have used a better analogy though. Remember them give them wage freeze. And then tell them say, when they get the salary increase now, them say it no good, but them love the wage freeze.
Gentle people, have a great evening. I'm heading out. Yeah, man, everybody, go on. Go on, love and respect. But me, I want to know, watch VJ in 2 center.
I watch VJ, man. Let me tell you something. I have been looking at VJ for a while, you see? I kind of understand why
bring back the conversation there, so Pass that.
Yeah, no
Let's
VG, man.
get past this. I don't want to single on the conversation to DJ.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to say is that DJ's thinking is not unique to him.
Can I say
And
something?
there are people in Jamaica that believes that it does not matter who wins the election.
If I can just say this and finish with the VG topic from my side, the persons in question are not a part of the intellectual minority. VG clearly is. VG has had, hold on, let me just say this. VG has had the privilege of education and being raised in certain circumstances. Let me just say this, just beg on my sentence. VG is not as aloof as he claims to be. VG is not as uninformed as he claims to be because it's impossible. VG is not the majority of Jamaicans who have not had the benefit of education. He has. And that's where I leave it.
All right. So having said that, let us broaden it as Chuck has been begging, pleading, advocating for the longest while, and myself also. This is not about VG. It's a sample size of the population.
We can move on from I'm okay with moving on from
I just come up right after Justy talk, because that's really where I was going to go with the conversation. From the moment I started to get involved with TikTok and the politics from coming to the platform of TikTok, one of my biggest things that I was calling for is for the reintroduction of civics in school. I was told that some schools are doing it, but I wanted it to be something that was made compulsory up to about third form, where it would generate a self-worth for the Jamaican child. It would generate a patriotism, people understanding what government was supposed to be and how it is supposed to work, and that would have saved all of what we're having here now. Would have been a different type of discussion. And so voter apathy, which is one of my biggest disappointment about our system in Jamaica here, is something that really burned me to the soul, because people claim that politics not have nothing to do with them and them not nothing to do with politics. And me being a musician by profession suffer a lot with that too, because I remember when back in the day when my father was going for concerts a certain year in Manchester, he had tried to encourage me, a budding musician, to get involved with running in another division in the same parish. I mean, they turned it down flatly, because it's like, musicians right now look at me and say, "Oh, you mean so involved in politics?" And I say, "But politics is my life and my country." You know what I mean? They don't understand it. So there are a lot of people out there who really don't even want to even be connected to it, because they either play it dumb, or as some people indicated, some people, the lady was saying that some people, them benefit, it don't really affect them benefit so much. So one way or the other, them still going to be like, the privilege, whatever. So we have a situation which we must not take it lightly. And I would always advocate that somehow the administration get civics, or even if it's a mild form of political science, into the high school, the mind of the young 12, 13, 14, 15-year-olds. So as going further, people will understand governance, because it is important. That's why I had a conversation with a young boy the other time. He said, every politician a thief. And him can't tell me about one thing, but that is the rhetoric that in here people them talk about. And we need to educate the people.
Let me give you a little antidote. A couple of years ago, there was a young girl, she began out, graduated, married. And she was going to primary school. I was helping her with her homework. And one of the questions that she has to answer was, who is a criminal? The question was asked for her, I said, who is a criminal? She said, P.J. Patterson. He said, where do you get that? She said, at that me hear them step on the bus. No, that's serious. That's what she said. That is her answer. That's what I heard them step on the bus.
And that is so sad.
And now, bear in mind, we still have a young generation who take the bus. And you're going to have a whole heap of people on that very same bus who don't know, are going to say, boy, Andrew a criminal. So another little girl, I going to go home and answer that question the same way. Right? Because we have people who don't believe they should take an interest in how their country operates. And that is the reason why people that, you have a whole, every single Jamaicans who work on election day, them take the half day that is given to them by law. All of them take the half day. That is given to them by law. But they don't go to vote because
they don't take part in the process.
They don't take part in the process because they think they are better than the process.
And then you cuss when the road no fix good, and you cuss when the hospital no work, and you cuss all kind of way. Why are you cursing? What happens?
And that is the connection we have to try.
Brother Chucks, I'm going to say one thing before I load the thing here. Me grew up in a Grand Spen and Waterhouse. Ghetto. See? I mean, never even know some portal me left yard and turn big man.
Yeah, because
that's it for right now.
I don't know, I know. You only know when you're poor when you can compare.
Me never even know some poor. Even during the time of Michael Manley and going to AMC for giant line to buy 1 pound of rice, I never know some poor.
I grew up in the heart of PNP in a Grand Spen, you know. Morgan Lane, you know what we're talking about, you're supposed to know. All right. See, you're right
some
about
stories about Morgan Lane and Sharpwood Lane.
No, me never talk about story for a long time, man.
No, going on that.
I recall some name and I say everything is good. But we can't talk about that now. But anyway, still.
I say, guys, that's the part where we have to try to make people know that it matters.
Yes, true. Too many people are interested in our politics.
Yes.
Right? Because a lot of people don't understand the extent to which politics, impact them lives,
Gentle people. Have a great evening. I'm going to do some work now in my shop. I'm my hours now, yeah?
Bless up, Rusty. Bless up. Have a blessed evening.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Chuck. That's the real problem. And not until we overcome that,
yes,
we're not going to really move forward. In terms of getting more persons voting.
Leadership in the country matter. It matter. There's a difference between creating 250,000 jobs or collapsing 44,000 business. There is a difference. And I believe that that's where we have to have the conversation. And we have to cut away with the thing whereby because somebody don't agree with us with the first no time out, we said the conversation is not worth having.
Right.
But Chuck, that is the reason why we who are blogging and spreading the rhetoric on behalf of the JLP have it so difficult, because the massive dumb don't understand. They do not understand. So it is so much more difficult for us to get the point across sometimes and to go through. We go over the same thing because we have to keep doing it so that people understand what is going on and people get the information. Some people they would have take up their phone and Google something.
Hello, labor rights.
Hello.
Yeah, those people that are uninterested in politics, they are the one that find the most fault.
That is it too.
That is it too.
They
You're
know
right.
everything we are going.
Yes,
they only know the bad that is happening and complain. But when the good happen, them quiet. When them benefit from the system, them quiet, But them low.
That's what the government must do.
And you have a lot of people to Chuck, right? When know better, they know what is going on. It's not only people when don't know and not pay attention. You have people when know what's going on, right? And when they benefit from government policy, you know hear a word from them. They are not willing to come and admit, say, look here, yeah, benefit from this policy and this is a good move. They're not giving the government no credit.
Yes.
Foresight.
All right.
Foresight. Just a minute, because I'm going to run out this ambulance in a quick second. I just listened to the news, and you guys listen to the news as well. And we have so much that we can talk about. Why are we still on this? You guys have been on this for hours now, and everybody asks me, where's Angel? I've been listening. I've been in here. But for everything that is happening today, we need to be talking about real issues. Let's talk about that. Let's move from VG and who and what. We need to be talking about what is really happening in Jamaica. today and yesterday in Central West St. James. The Prime Minister did a wonderful speech. That event was wow. And I'm saying, I think we have spoken this long enough, darling. This is why this is why I just came up here, because I allow you guys to talk. And I never see the sense of having everybody up here talking about the same thing for 3 hours, 4 hours now. So no, with no disrespect or anything, I'm jumping off. Nathaniel, I'm sorry if I took you out the box, my love. I'll put you back in. Just request to come back up, my love. But can we move on, please? Thank you.
Well, I was missing the interview all this time. Shit.
Oh God. Anybody else? Nobody get quiet. What happened?
Listen, I think we moved on from that topic, but we moved on obviously, and we were talking about.
Move on.
What I
We're just talking about interest. We're just talking about
everyone kind of moved on, but what I think what the initial concern was, Miss Angel, was if other intelligent persons who are seemingly intelligent develop a platform where they admit to know nothing and provide a platform for propaganda is dangerous. I think the takeaway from all of this is, and I guess we moved on and we can continue moving on.
and also the point that more persons need to get involved in the political process in general, because that is very important. Because what we are doing, you find that most of the times the people who are deciding who leads the country, right?
That wants nothing.
Yeah. We need more well-thinking people to participate in the process. And I think it's an important conversation that we really need to have.
Even with today's actions, the people who are not really aligned with politics, they are just going to go for whatever seems popular or whatever is discussed at the bus going home. You understand? That is where we have that's the reason why I am saying we need to educate the people, and it's part of the whole conversation. We might not directly speak about the protests or non-protests or whatever it was today, but it's actually an offshoot of the same situation. Because that is why I'm so adamant this evening. People are out there swallowing whatever the PNP are pushing.
Perceptions.
We have the job to debunk and reteach, and that's what we've been doing every day. So whatever action we're taking about is basically going in the same direction. We might just take a different transport.
Perceptions drive decisions. And
yes.
Everybody is what's a popular perception, right? What's a public perception? And that is what determines how people think.
The battle for the minds, sir.
In the poll, right?
The battle for the minds. And I did not see my prime minister do anything that was to incite any violence, as how they put it. I saw a prime minister riling up his troops to say, listen, don't let you make them walk all over us. Go out there, go stand up and defend our cause. And here's how these unscrupulous PMPs going to put it as if the man and that man gone to an ombudsman. How you call it? Ombudsman. To report the man for what? That's another example of anything the PMP accuse you of. That's what they are doing. Chuck, I'm going to underline it again right this up.
The chat is asking about the legitimacy of Mark Golding and him running for Prime Minister. Is that something we can have a conversation about or weigh in on?
Say it again?
Somebody in the chat was mentioning the legitimacy of Mr. Golding running for Prime Minister of Jamaica. And I guess you're asking if he's a legitimate candidate.
You want to take that one, Chuck? Where there? You want to approach it from the legal standpoint? I wait, let me not hear him. Chuck? As far as I'm concerned, when it comes to Mark Gooding, this is a problem I have with Jamaica because he is all the people call him out for him to prove publicly and properly his nationality status. It's not done, and it's business as usual. It continues the same way. But I am one of those people who said that when the election done, then that will put a closure to the matter, because he ain't gonna win this one.
Well, when the right time coming up.
No, I'm just asking. I kind of need the information as well. Where was he born? Was he naturalized? Was he born in Jamaica?
That's a question that we still don't know for sure, ma'am. Which is very sad.
But or is it so difficult though to find out where I'm born and when?
Well, people have done research and can't find anything.
No, man, that can't be that difficult.
Well, I know. What he says and what can be found to substantiate what he says two different things.
Noted, but if there were no investigation on the ground,
he was born in the United Kingdom. Was he born to two white parents, or was he born to?
How do you know he was born in the United Kingdom?
All you have to do is find out where his mother was on the day when he born.
So we don't have that information.
Yeah,
I don't have any proper
difficult
information.
To know where mother was, if his mother was in England or her mother was in Jamaica. Cannot be that difficult.
So nothing.
What the last thing I heard.
I don't think they want to find it yet.
You don't think so?
No.
Oh man, you need to find it now, man.
Maybe coming closer to the time, but
I
maybe
have a question. I'm pretty sure persons have been asking, and he has not been forthcoming in any way. He has never divulged.
He tried a little underhanded way of showing a piece of paper on one of the PNP live on TikTok, which was not very legible, and we could notice though that it's stamped. Remember, he was asked to rescind his UK citizenship, and he came up with this piece of paper that he claims is that to prove that his citizenship is rescinded, but it was stamped.
Unofficial.
The Queen and the Queen dead long time. It's supposed to say something about the King, so we noticed some sham. Nothing was forthcoming. Didn't come to mainstream media or anything to debunk the whole thing.
I'm confused because if what you're saying is correct, wouldn't that lend itself to the average Jamaican or persons in the political realms to assume that he may be a plant? Wouldn't that be a conversation that person?
It has always been a conversation, ma'am.
Yes, warrior love.
Oh.
It has always been a conversation.
Yo, you know what I understand? We don't know this man. I don't know much about him. You know?
We don't know much about him, no.
That's much. And you have Jamaicans that are run back him. They don't know him.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Which school him go?
We can't find no school mate, so then they go school for 5 years in Jamaica.
Well, I'm asking because I'm the one who shouldn't know, so I was hoping that you guys could tell me, because again, I'm trying to make an informed decision. So I'm
where grew up?
Where's
we can't find anybody that them used to go to school with him?
We can't find one.
Which year him graduate?
Me don't know.
Where's Chuck?
Who was his principal at the time when he was going to school?
Don't ask me.
Grow up around other like black people or any like, you know? Does his family have a...
There seemed to be proof that he was at some point of a Mona there living there. But what time of his life what that is, what was happening, because there's also proof that he went to there's a school that I saw an article show that he went to that school, that he left back Jamaica and went to that school at some crucial time in Jamaica. His parents shipped him back to England.
Yeah, his father was here, but what I want to know though, right? When his father came here, was it before he was born?
His father came here twice. His father came here once as basically as a British subject.
And his mother was here with his father?
I can't tell you that. I know that he came back a second time with his medical fee, but he claims this man Mark claims that his father is responsible for the polio outbreak, like to be the person that was leading the charge, and it's not true.
That's a lie.
It's just a lie. He was good at making the prosthetics, the thing that we make after them diagnose you and whatever you put on that way you can walk, and so that is what he does.
I don't know if I don't know the likelihood. What would be the likelihood at that time for an Englishman to choose to, or an Englishman to choose to give birth to a child in Jamaica? Because in those times,
I'm going to tell you. I was going to tell you something now.
Hold on, Clean. While we have Winner on here, Winner, Warrior Love was asked in the question. The question that was asked, Chuck was not here. Is Mark Golding qualified to become such to be our Prime Minister? Because he's the opposition leader currently right now, and as an opposition leader, we have an election coming up. And so as an opposition leader, he is in the race to become a Prime Minister. And so she wanted to know, because she does not have this facts, if he is qualified. Is there anything that would disqualify him? Is there something that we're looking into? Is there such thing?
Unfortunately, our constitution allows a Commonwealth citizen to sit in our parliament. But on morals of principle, him sitting at the head as Prime Minister, he now becomes the Minister of National, he now becomes the Minister of National Defense. And therefore, if there should be a conflict between the motherland, between England and Jamaica, he would be in conflict because his post would become a treasonous post. And therefore, which side would he choose? Would he choose to remain in Jamaica, or would he choose his motherland? I would say we're in choosing motherland already.
Well, the chat kind of mentioned legitimacy, and as you said, you satisfy those requirements by saying any Commonwealth citizen. All right, cool. But now my question is, if he's obviously a man of Caucasian persuasion, attempting to become the Prime Minister of a 98% or so black population, have we done any background checks to find out if his immediate ancestors owned slaves?
Yes, they were owners of slaves.
I just genuinely want to know.
His mother's side of family owned slaves in Jamaica, and I think it was Barbados.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. So he's a descendant of slave owners.
His great grandfather owned slaves. Yeah. That's his mother, his grandmother's.
And based on how his great grandfather will was written, Mark Golding would have received assets that was handed down through the slave era, because he designed it that no one person could own the asset, but the asset would transcend through generation. So Mark Golding, he already told us that the trust fund that is in the BVI, Tajibe, hold assets from his father and his mother.
So essentially, he's benefiting from the proceeds of slavery, is what you're saying?
Yes, he's benefited from it, yes.
Oh, God. Okay.
But that would
his privilege in life came from slavery. Yes.
So you're saying his privilege came from the disenfranchisement of the ancestors of the persons he's currently trying to preside over?
Yes.
Exactly correct.
So is this
people them sick, people them sick, and that's why that's why man was so comfortable with a black man not chain.
So wait, what?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
Hold on.
What does that mean?
Let me find out. Hold on. Let me bring up the evidence so you're there. Hold on.
Yeah, put it on the big screen.
Wait. So what is this? What is this? Like some slavery cosplay?
So you didn't know that, Warrior Love?
What is going on?
And you still have some people. You still have black people around behind him.
God, what is this? Like modern slavery plantation slave play? This is insane.
Margot should have struggled to find anybody to support him, trust me.
Wow.
That's when he pulled the chain. See with the padlock there? That chain was around the black man's neck.
Not just a black man, but a Rasta man.
A Rasta black man, yeah?
Rasta. Let's make it clear. He was a Rasta man.
And a black man. With a chain around his neck.
You know, so this alone should have disqualified.
Of course. There's no country on the face of this earth we have.
There should be no comeback after this.
Okay, just I know there's no context where this would be okay, but just kind of paint me a picture of where this was and why this is happening.
It was on a stage at a political rally, and their idea was that he was freeing a black man from the bondage of Andrew Holness.
He came out with that key. He came out with that key, right, and unlocked the chain from around the Rasta man's neck.
There was holding the chain in his hand.
You understand how tone deaf and inappropriate that is?
This is darling. Sorry to call it darling.
Understand how tone deaf and inappropriate that is? So,
Triple X. I don't even know.
That's why it hurt me heart when me come out. No wrong with it. It paid me heart when me hear time out.
Nathaniel, one at a time. When I finish.
There's a popular blogger by the name of Triple X. I don't even know him or hear about him. He was on a live trying to justify why Mark Golding would have a man in a black man in a chain, and why we should not interpret it as how we see it.
No, Triple X not really understand.
What this shows me is that Mark Golding's capacity or thinking, his ability to think rationally. If you're gonna lead a country, you must be able to think critically and rationally and have a sense of presence, correct?
Why use slavery as your analogy though, given that you're a white man of descendant of slave owners? Why use slavery as your analogy?
Because he knows the
his excuse was that it was not his plan. He was introduced to it. And I'm saying, if you are a leader, a rational leader, you would have run with this foolish idea. Say, no, but you just see me white. And that one black man would have chain around the neck. That's not going to spell sense. But he went and followed.
Why would a white man?
No, that to show you that he's not a leader.
Yeah.
He was led into the situation. That's what he's telling you. He's not a leader. How can you be a leader and led into a situation like this?
I'm not trying to bring anything that you gentlemen are saying and lady into disrepute, but I'm genuinely asking, and this is just me asking for full transparency and honesty. This is not AI. This is not Photoshop. Like, this genuinely happened. And he, the leader of a political party who is obviously of Caucasian descent, removed a chain and a padlock from around the neck of someone who is obviously of African descent, descended from slaves, from around their neck. And I'm just asking one time.
Yes, that is it. That is from the Gleaner. That's from the Gleaner right there.
Okay.
Yes, it happened.
Okay.
And it's also something that you can Google and research. It's all over social media, on Facebook, on TikTok. It's all over.
This is totally inappropriate. And you know what the irony is? This is the irony. If we're going to look at a deeper significance, and let's just kind of be a little bit philosophical with it. When in our history, and I'm just take the politics out of it and who this gentleman is and what he represents and who he's descended from. Where in our history has any white man ever attempted to liberate anyone of obviously black descent?
Exactly.
There's no time that we've ever had that. So can we now go ahead and be philosophical and again study our history, knowing that our liberation has never been liberation. After liberation in the US, it led to a period of almost 100 years of Jim Crow. So can we now assume that when that Rasta gentleman isn't looking, the chains will then be wrapped around his neck and padlocked again? Since that is what we know of as our history. That's what we've always experienced. pretense of liberation from their side, from the Caucasian side, and when we're not looking, we're enslaved for an even longer period of time with even more strict measures.
So not only that, darling, like Forsyth is saying, to add to what you're saying, if this was something that was thrown on a future leader and said, let's do this, you should look and decide whether or not this was something good for you or something good for the people.
Same day, warrior.
Supposed to be representing, and it was not. However, the same key that you just spoke about came from the white man's pocket when he opened the padlock. So what you're saying is we are still under bondage by you. We are still owned by you because the key came from your pocket. This was not a skid.
And that's the thing.
What it is doing is that it is encouraging thinking that the white man will be our savior. Right? And as Warrior Lover said, that has never happened. That has never happened. Why reinforce the thinking that we should always look to the white man as our savior?
Not just never happened, side. He's literally playing into this whole white savior complex. So basically, we cannot be liberated if not by this white man or savior. I'm offended.
And you know the irony?
But the
he's liberating. He's releasing him from the bondage of a black leader, you know. That's the irony, you know. Our beloved Prime Minister.
I am shocked. So Warrior Love, let me explain something to you. The reason why I came up strongly about the VG stuff just now, I'm not changing the conversation, but just to give you a history about who I am. I was in his place. I started TikTok talking about Vibes Cartel. I was on TikTok talking about different topics. However, I was drawn into the politics the same way he is. But you know what? I didn't just sit on my life and allow people to just say anything to me. I did research alongside my daughter and moderators and stuff like that. However, I'm saying this to say, based on what we're talking about, no. I kept myself informed. I read, and I can tell you, I choose a side. And after learning what I have learned, Warrior, I could not become a PNP. Because I don't understand how, for the love of God, why I would believe that I would talk down to a little man like Andrew Holness from Spanish Town, who uplifted himself, who made himself to be something of greatness. Why I would talk and look bad at this one, but think that a white man, because of who he is, and he claim, this is what they told me, he done rich already, and he told them, him done making money, him rich already, and him not come for scrape. And because of that reason, I don't like the black boy from Spanish Town. I prefer the white man. This is what they told me in my life. And I'm saying this to say, this is what they told me.
Yeah, a yard boy. Yeah.
Okay.
And he can't give Mark Golding, and Mark Golding hold him and pull in chain and run in neck.
That's to show you. That's to show you.
So that is the Baraka Master. That is a field slave. That is a field slave right there, carrying the other slave that is in bondage to the white man to release him. Mercy, God.
And I mean, if his family owns slaves, then that stands to reason he would have the key, but not in a good way. Was that key passed down through generations?
It look like so.
Genuinely through all my gasket have been flabbered. What is this?
And then you have the slave owner now.
On him neck and they
see Mark Golding, you know, with the chain. Black man.
My God, stands to reason. Genuinely.
Listen, he
that these persons,
give me a second. Mark Golding is on record.
Why would he have bondage for so long?
He is on the record of calling, I think it was Anne-Marie Vaz, little lady. He called Bobby little boy. Him use the term known class. all
Remember
those
Tamuda?
conversations.
But
Tamuda.
now, you
Ta-
forgot the most important part when he said he's gonna let her get a beating.
Oh
Now,
yes,
in the
yes.
slave
So he
days,
was
when
beating.
you use the word beating to a slave, you're going to give them a lashing, you're going to beat them. And
Yep.
he used the term, he's going to make sure the MP gets a beating. And I'm saying, like, come on, guys, are we blind deaf? Or what is it?
No, because
He
let me
referred
tell
to
you what
his
it is.
wife
Let
as
me
an
tell you what it is,
African.
Angel.
Hold on,
And
let me just jump in now when you get it. He referred to his wife as an African Jamaican.
What winner?
The wife can, I've
He
never
called
heard,
his wife an
I've
African
never heard
Jamaican.
anyone described as an African Jamaican before.
Yeah, he used the word.
What that mean?
He called his
What
wife
that
an
mean?
African
Because I've never
Jamaican.
heard anyone. And I mean, I think he's, and by doing that, he's somewhat othering her and othering himself, because someone who was born and raised in Jamaica or who has close Jamaican ties never ever says African Jamaican. You're just Jamaican, and when you turn up to the function, they're like, "Oh, you're Asian. Oh, you're Asian Jamaican." Nobody prefaces what a Jamaican's race is before you meet them. Out of many one people, you meet the Jamaican and then you say, "Oh, I want the Chinese them. Oh, I want the Indian them. Oh,
first
I
of
want
all,
regular Jamaican."
first of all, right? It's supposed to be Jamaican African and American African, right? Because you're really an African. Just like, if you say a Jamaican Chinese, you're going to say a Jamaican Chinese, right? When it comes down to African, they turn it around. But that's beside the point. One of the problems we have in understanding, right? One of the challenges we have in like...
No, sir. I am no African Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican. I am nothing else more than a Jamaican.
No,
I might have... I might
nationality.
descend from Africans, but I'm
No,
a,
but
I'm
by
a Jamaican.
nationality, you're a Jamaican, but you're an African race, right?
So
hold on.
You don't want nobody
No.
African. No want nobody call me no African.
I soon come back to you, winner. Yeah, one of the problems we have in understanding our politics, you see, is because we are not conscious about our race. And I start to tell people that, look here, I don't like to talk politics before we talk race. Because what I realize is that, right, especially, let me just talk about Jamaican politics. We think about getting things, but we don't think about ascending to like positions of control. We don't think about power, right? So we interpret things differently from the white man, you know. And when you have a white man now that is offering himself to lead Jamaica, there are a lot of things that goes over our head, you know, that we don't see, you know. Because you think Mark Golding can talk to the English, if he was running for any high office in England, you think he would be saying some of the things that he's saying to us Jamaicans? Because they see things different.
The problem I'm having, Syke,
Part of the problem is that we are not thinking, we don't think that.
I feel like his rhetoric is very problematic, because I am now to resign myself to believing that there is a white savior coming to liberate Jamaicans from slavery. So Marcus Garvey, who was Marcus Garvey? Who was Sam Sharp? Who was Miss Nanny? Who was Paul Bogle? Who are these great leaders? Who are they? What was happening? What was happening all those decades ago, those centuries ago, when they were liberating us? What was that? Since Mark is saving us, what was happening then? So I feel like it's kind of problematic, and it's making me very, very uncomfortable, because I'm no slave, and I feel like that gentleman was.
You see those questions? You see those questions that you're asking, Warrior Love, right? Race have to matter for it to be. If race don't matter to you, you know, it don't matter if you're not conscious about your race. Right? If you don't have that pride in your race, then Mark Golding can come here and put a chain around a Rastaman neck and take a key and lock it. And it's nothing to the people.
It's a party of majority black people, or obviously people of African descent, black, really black, unambiguously black people, thought it was a good idea for a white man to pull a chain with a padlock from around an obviously black man's neck, given our sordid history. Everybody thought that was okay, right?
Not everybody. But you have
we're still waiting. We still await for reparations, because 400 years of free labor. Slavery is the only
reparations can't help enough. Okay, I'll go back on the white man pocket. Because the system has set up
for work in any capacity when I get no severance, none at all. And fast forward to 2025, and instead of advocating for reparations and advocating for everything that is owed to us as a people, you believe that removing a chain and a padlock from a black man's neck is your idea of black liberation in 2025.
Let me ask you a question.
It's not my Rollins' fault. It's the people's fault. The people them not conscious about race, so that not mean nothing to them.
Honestly, I'm sorry.
Do you know that Jamaica is trying to transition from a republic? Warrior?
I'm sorry?
Do you know that Jamaica is trying to transition to a republic?
Yeah, actually knew that. Yeah.
Who is stopping it? Mark Golding.
Let me ask another question.
Mark Golding said, hold on. Mark Golding said there will be no.
Going, the white line is there. I'm sorry, guys.
Hold on, winner.
Sitting down on the white line is right there. I don't understand. The light is green.
So then,
hold on, warrior, hold on. Because me I listen to you a long time. So we're talking about reparation, right? Who advocate for the prison for Jamaica? Who said our ancestors die for? Who do that?
This is what is bothering me, Lashika. I don't.
No, man, answer me, man. We forget reparation. I bring prison.
The average Jamaican, I don't know if the average Jamaican can believe that he's working in their best interest at this point. I'm sure there will be questions, as in who sent you?
Yeah,
a
so
shackle?
we are saying we need schools, we need hospitals, and you go lobby for your water prison. Oh, that looks.
And not only prison, Lashika, while he was negotiating that deal for Jamaica, they were going to repatriate prisoners from UK to house them in that prison. Mark Golding was justice minister when they made that deal. It was Andrew Holness come and say, no, that deal will never exist under my government.
For the record, I'm not against us getting new prisons, but we need to get the hospital too. Because the rate of recidivism is very high in Jamaica, so we do need prison reform. That's a fact. But we do need healthcare sector and educational reform, etc.
What would you take a hospital right now?
All right. It's going to be a challenge for kind of go down in this certain way, the right way. I think we have to have the discussion on a day when we can genuinely.
All right. So my point is, why I brought
about the repatriation of prisoners, Jamaica cannot become a prison colony. He's very out of line. This is not.
What was the plan?
Why I brought that up? You see? Why I brought that up?
What policy Mark Golding put forward to empower Jamaicans?
And why I brought that up, you see?
Are you not seeing this? Did you not see him remove the chains from your neck, you slave?
Why I brought that
Lashika,
up
go ahead.
is that I was saying, make a black man, a black Jamaican go negotiate a prison. You don't go negotiate a prison. You don't do that.
He's very tone deaf, and I think
he is
to realize the differences.
He is.
No,
I feel like he's one of those persons that won't tell you that him don't see color, which is bullshit. Everybody sees color.
The man say our ancestors died. Who are your ancestors? Me and you don't have the same ancestors.
His ancestors probably passed at the hands of our ancestors who got tired of the bullshit. The crap.
That is it.
But it's not his fault, he's allowed to get away with it. That's our fault.
But I know say Sony did I leave. I'm sorry I asked. I'm disgusted. But I know say Sony did I leave. Shackles, eh?
When we come here daily and speak, people think that we just political, but we as Foresight say, race of a matter to you for you to see certain things.
The race
right?
of a matter first.
And it
Because
and
the thing with the problem with black
Then you
people, you know,
can't see me. You literally cannot see me if you can't see color. I'm
the-
black.
the-
You have to see me.
the problem with black people, you know, is that every other race see us as black, but we see every other race as just people, and that is a problem. Don't care how you move, good, and have a good relationship with a white man and then pleasant, and people don't understand. Say personality is different from character. So white people can be very pleasant, but when it comes to when it comes to choosing, let me just finish. When it comes to choosing who will lead, when it comes to position of power, he will always choose his race. We still have black people today who think, say, oh, if a white man married a black woman, I'm not racist. And they don't understand, say, it's not an individual thing, right? It is what he's willing to do. Exactly.
And
So,
it's a system of oppression, and they'll
so
never
it's not the
because
love
the
where you
system
have for
protects them.
individual. It's not a love where you have for individual black person, right? Or how warm you are towards an individual black person. Racism has to do with race. When it comes to which race you're going to ensure, when it comes to choosing or making decisions to ensure that your race continue to enjoy an unfair advantage over my
The
race,
system
you're
of
going to make
oppression that has to stay in place for them to retain
and that is
power.
what people don't understand.
Somebody said to them, I did a listener live earlier, and somebody say Mark Golding is the only white man out of the protest today, and we are protest against a black man or our fellow black brothers. But first, I don't know if I did there today with my ask VJ say, VG, if he thinks genes play a role in who we are, him say no, him think our lived experience is what play a role in who we are. But me I know say our genes do play a role in who we are, right? So I remember I think I saw this video on TikTok one day and it resonated with me so much. And it says, if a white man ancestors are wicked or were so wicked, why do you think them that are current, the present generation, is not wicked?
Exactly.
Food for
and when black people begin to realize that, you see, racism is not really oppression against a person. It is oppression against a people. Right? And if you think, say, because you go sit down at the bar with a white man and then buy around a drink, I want to chat and laugh, means that he's not a racist. You make a sad mistake. Because I have nothing to do with. Pardon me?
No, I've always said this. I agree.
Yeah. It's not an individual thing, but we don't see it like that. Every other race know that, you know. But we don't know that. As soon as your ears say, oh, no man, I'm good, man.
But say, even when VG alluded to his lived experience, are we to assume that his lived experience isn't that of being born to a white mother, who was born to a white mother, who was born of a white mother, who owned slaves? Wouldn't that be the collective consciousness of their family that has been passed on through generations? I'm just trying to understand what is happening. I'm genuinely trying to understand, because the mothers pass the culture. And remember, the institution of whiteness is propped up by white women. We don't give them enough flack for slavery. We don't give them enough flack for all of the systematic oppression. They're given a pass. The racism could not exist without the white woman. It couldn't thrive without the white woman.
You know that there was Mark Golding and his mother was protesting that some black Jamaicans were not supposed to be relocated near his father's rehab. You know that?
Where's this rehab located?
What's the place name? Elisa Flat or something like that?
Yeah,
I think
Elisa
Lena
Flat.
has the
Is that
article.
Jamaica?
You know, the
In
sad thing
Jamaica
about
or
Lashika, the sad thing about that, you see conversations like these,
In Kingston.
that
Right,
would help
Bowling
us.
was there. The picture is there to show that he was there. My God, we don't have to put up the picture, make you see the article. Real thing. I don't know, like Lena.
so in Elixir Flats, so they have a rehabilitation center in Mona.
Mm-hmm.
And did
We
he
know.
specify that he
Put up
prefer
the
white
article.
neighbors?
We're going to show you the article.
The article where he march against black people.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on,
Mhm.
let me find it.
One.
That's why race matters. That's why we have to.
We attack and nobody
You
now
understand?
listen. We're political, we're tribal. We attack and nobody now listen.
If a warrior love, people that choose party over them race. And that is what happened. You understand? Race should come first. For every other race come first, you know.
I have so much things.
And so, and Nashika, thank you for coming back up, because I said, warrior love, this is why I came on earlier, guys. I wasn't trying to be rude to anyone when I said we have so much we can talk about with her and 100 and something people that was on the live, but we were at something for 3 hours. And so this right here, a lot of people don't know of the information that you guys are giving right now. And so this is what we need to consistently doing, beating them
We
with the
definitely need to talk about these things. And again, we still need to talk about the persons who pretend to be aloof and create a space for political propaganda. Do not underestimate your opponent's ability to propagandize. It is an art form and it has been perfected. We just try getting to look out on the item. You see, even if you're not gonna talk about it every second or every day, look out on the item.
Some people pretend to be clueless, man. Some people pretend to be clueless about everything. We know that. Because there's no way you cannot get information every day about something. And you're still clueless about it 6 months
And
after.
this is not his first time on TikTok. I'm second.
Don't make
Combat
aloof.
this.
Don't make nobody we're saying aloof, being aloof. Don't
But
get
warrior,
tricked is all I'm saying.
I told you, darling, when I came on TikTok, I was about what's happening in all over the world. And it didn't take me a month to be informed. Not only that, between Lashika, Chuck, Chopper, and everybody else, I had PNP over here. I had Jay Bryant. I had.
Let me just add this before.
Hold on. I had all of those folks on the live. However, I didn't just sit there and just take what you told me. For me to learn and to understand the facts and the truth, I had to look it up myself. And so we need to know and see through people like you say, warrior love, because you cannot sit on a live, VG and everybody else who sits and listen to people talk, and you don't even have a computer to do your own research or have someone else, your moderator or someone else fact checking. You're just hosting people talking. I mean, that makes no sense. So
Some people don't want to know, Angel. Some people don't want to know. You have some people who think they are better than knowing. Especially, you have some persons who live in the diaspora too, and they have this disconnect from Jamaica. Oh, them down there this, them down there that. We become them to them. They don't see themselves as a part of the system anymore, right?
It is interesting to know that Warrior Love mentioned propaganda. The PNP actually does fund and manage a propaganda machine. This was a letter that was leaked from the PNP YO president. It made headlines some time ago. It said the communication PR, which is the public relation, and propaganda machinery must be financed, and the PNP YO suggesting a structural reform, which means hiring adequate staff and making some position redundant. So they do have that machinery where they do hire people to speak and spread propaganda on the government in an effort to get power.
Really?
And propaganda itself is from a negative standpoint. It has a negative.
Inbox for that
winner.
That's something we need to.
If you're a defender of justice, there is literally no place or space in your orbit for propaganda. Because propaganda is generally not based in truth.
You see, we are talking about our electorate, you know, that the first thing, you see, the important things, the things that really help to elevate us as a people, have to become the things that matter to us, right? And that's the problem. One of the things is that, you know, the things that really matter to us are not things that really can elevate us, and not really things that impact the quality of our life. So you see, Mark Golding can put shade around a Rastaman's neck and pull it, right? That should spark a national protest, you know.
Yeah, that's
Something like that.
outrage. That's outrage.
That should be a national outrage for that, you know. That should be so disturbing to us. But you can get away with it because of how the people don't see race as anything important. So that's why I can do that and get away with it.
This is the article.
This is the article.
So it's like they do believe
Hold on,
it's
Warrior.
important, but they just don't think that they're racist.
Hold on, because I don't have a lot of time. This is the article. Elliston Flat residents staged demonstration, and Mark Golding was here holding a placard marching against poor people who the government was trying to relocate and give them one-bedroom houses dwelling for them to have a sense of space. Mark Golding came out with his mother and demonstrated, marched against poor Jamaicans. Yeah?
Which year was that?
This was...
Me hold everything up that against him. That again, that's debatable. Me now got that. That could be because you don't want the landscape and community to change. I can't really beat the man on that. I am not in favor of him or his shackles, but again, I'm just saying.
His father is a British man. His father is a British man who come to inherit black man land.
You know,
yeah.
Inspiration one that clip him and ask him can get it.
All of those things are on my my page, you know.
I'm on the fence with that one, but when I found out that he was the Golding and Daring, but what my dad father money there, that's the part that got me. I'll kind of table the Ellison Flats part for another day, and we can kind of do a breakdown on that. But I was surprised when I found out that he was the Golding and Daring, Bunting and Golding, because I've had long-standing beef with that organization. So that was rubbing me the wrong way.
Hear the reading. 700 squatters, another plot of land located just on the outskirts of Augustown, is also being eyed for the construction of somebody muted. Yeah. Maestro, mute your mic, please. Okay. Is also being eyed for the construction of starter homes to accommodate the recent squatters. Among yesterday's demonstration was Major General Robert Nish, Executive Director of the Sir John Golding Rehabilitation Center, the widow of the late John Golding, Lady Patrice Golding, and son Mark Golding. There was also persons from the nearby Jamaica School of Hope and the Cancer Hospice who joined to vent their disapproval. So Mark Golding was out there with placard in hand. Mark Golding, but you're not hearing yet. Mark Golding benefited from not just that DB&G sweetheart deal where you see the OCG wrote, but also he benefited from a joint venture deal between FinSac and DB&G to buy a failed institution. But about 80% of the money was funded from FinSac. Hey, Jamaica play with a man when he's a dangerous guy. It's like we are carrying one snake.
I mean,
I expect the snake to be
if
good.
history has taught us anything, this is not a game. I mean, we've seen this playbook. This is just history repeating itself.
Same old, same
I
age.
have maroon descent, but I can't vote for a white man.
This election was about.
A white man
Look
came.
who was
a
at the
white man-
protest today. Look who was at
Nashika,
the
a
protest
white
today.
man came
Omar
to us.
Davis.
A white man came to us and told us he wants to take the reins of our country, and then him and Tapanaris will run Jamaica. Now, where on God's green earth have you ever heard Tapanaris looking out for the poor class? Tell me, which country?
Because it's not in their best interest. They have to preserve their power structure. That's how they remain powerful. It's literally impossible.
Go ahead,
Literally.
you wanted to say something.
Remember what did I go say, but this just remind me everything like America right now. Every single thing. Everything.
You know what I can understand with Jamaica?
Lashika.
How willing we are to believe the things that we have no evidence to support, and to give up the things that we have evidence to support. Now we have a leader that is doing so much. We know where we are coming from, right? We see evidence of him work, you know. And you have a lot of Jamaicans don't want to believe what they are seeing, right? The St. Thomas Urban Center is out there, right? We see the road projects, right? We see the social housing programs, right? We see the largest salary increase that public sector workers are now receiving under this government, right? We see 9 years of no new tax. These things, what I'm saying, are unprecedented. They never used to happen at the PNP. With the minimum wage being increased almost 3 to 4 times under this government, right? Almost 142% of above inflation. And that is not what we want to believe, even though we have the evidence of that. Well, let's say a lot of Jamaicans still don't want to believe that. What they want to believe is some propaganda that they have no evidence to support. How can you walk away from the things that are happening that you have evidence to support, to believe in something that you have no evidence to support? These things that I'm talking about are things that are happening. Why would you walk away from that? That means to say, if you have a leader who care about the people, right? It takes for them just to come with a propaganda and just tell you, say, you care, the leader will take care of you, you know. Him a the liar, you know, him you not for trust. If we're so gullible, right? Then it is easy to set us up against our best leader. Because all you have to do, anytime you find a leader with care and care about the people, just tell them that the leader they don't fit us and that the leader is corrupt.
That's
all it takes.
Nationwide.
That's all it takes.
Yeah, something on nationwide earlier. I'm not even repeating. But I have to tell you this. I got a loan can carry Andrew Holness through the election here with them people here because the fight, it moved from physical to spiritual. Remember me tell you that?
No, it's a spiritual long time, man. No
Yeah,
move.
man.
It's a spiritual fight.
Well, but here a man say a thing a while ago and it confirmed. Remember me tell you that? I tell you, it's a serious fight that is happening. But so many
A
other
lot of people don't
here-
realize that the same fight. Are there any difference between the fight where Ibrahim Traore get and Andrew Holness get, you know?
All right.
A lot of people don't know that if we have a bad leader, we are oppressed, we know, we want to get so much fight, you know. It is good leaders who care about black nations get this kind of fight, you know.
Well, I think what he's basically saying by his posturing is a choice between being enslaved by Andrew Holness or having Andrew Holness as our slave master or having him as our slave master. And I think for the most part, everyone here has decided who they prefer to be enslaved by.
Warrior,
And it
I
ain't
know you
it.
know better. I know you know better than what you're just saying. I know
Oh
you
no,
know
it's a
better.
metaphor. No, it's a metaphor. If
I
what
know.
Andrew is providing is slavery, because I'm going based on everything you've just said, it's a metaphor. So if everything that Mr. Holness is providing and has provided is slavery, and the choice is between him, the white man, our new slave master, and the one we have already, I think everyone here has decided who their quote unquote slave master needs to be. Using the word slave master loosely, it's just a metaphor.
You have some
And
people.
everyone here is saying that they don't want massa. They would prefer Mr. Holness.
What Foresight? What did our Prime Minister say this election was about?
Battle for the minds.
Okay, and everything that we just spoke on. If Warrior Love, all that we said to you, you were amazed by it. Why is it that so many Jamaicans, this was a manly party, right? And they're coming from a manly party to where they are now under this next Mark
No
Golding.
shade, that wasn't a plus either, but that's just how I feel. I don't like they keep on alluding to, oh, we want to bring back the days of manly, and I'm like, bro, no thanks.
Deep down, there are still too many. There are still. Deep down, Angel, there are still many Jamaicans who think that, right? Who think that the white man, it's only the white man can be the black man's savior.
And that's very offensive because we literally
And
have
it's
been
it's in their subconscious. They don't even realize that they are mentally enslaved.
No, that's mental slavery right there. If you are waiting for a white man to come and liberate you, that's beyond mental slavery. That's some Bob Marley levels. That's what I've been saying. Like it's offensive on every single level. You
Yeah, but
are
when you have such a large percentage of your population that think that seeing Mark Golding as a white man is a problem to see Mark Golding as a white man. And they consider themselves, no, a racist you go, and them just see him as a man. But Mark Golding, I'm sure, see Jamaicans as blacks.
Of course. Why wouldn't he? That's his. Even if there's a point in his life when between the age of 1 and 2, 3 and 5, where he didn't fully understand, his parents and his family made him very cognizant of who he is, and it is from that place of knowledge and that place of his family's collective consciousness why he thought it was okay to remove the shackles with a padlock and a slave-like chain from the neck of an unambiguously black Jamaican man.
Why do you think he had to pray to give up his citizenship? Why do you think he needed to do that?
Exactly.
Because he knows who he is.
What would be the chance of a black man vying for the president of China?
That's not gonna go there, so. All if we speak the language. These are the only countries consisting of majority black people they feel the privilege to preside over. For the most part,
because they are conscious. The Chinaman now met nobody leading but a Chinese. The Arabs the same.
They do not attempt to attain positions of power.
The black man are going to tell you it doesn't matter.
Anyone else's nation. Their manifest destiny and
Go ahead.
I think the black man is afraid of himself. The black man is afraid of himself. As a result, one, he knows not his history. He knows not where he's from. If you ask many Jamaicans today, and you try to tell them about their history and what has happened, they said, you know, that's long gone. That was back then. Not realizing the psychological effect those atrocities that was brought against us have on our people until this day. Not just psychologically, but also physically, mentally, and otherwise. I heard the professor, a former chancellor or vice chancellor of the West Indies, Hilary Beckles, did a speech on the effects of slavery on the Africans in the Americas. And he went to one of the most common diseases that affects us, which is hypertension and diabetes, and said, when the drug that is being used to fight these diseases being given to Caribbean blacks, it has very little effect. But they'll take the same drugs and they give it to those in Africa, from Africa, who were never enslaved. And they would give it to whites. And the drug have about 70 or 80% success rate, but it does nothing for us. And it tells us that even our DNA has been so tarnished by the effects of slavery. And so if we're studying and we're understanding our history, we shouldn't be having a problem today as to who should be the best choice to lead our country. And it's so sad that one thing, I don't know if I should blame, I don't know, with the article that was just presented a while ago, where Mark Golding, with his mom, was fighting against people to locate near their office. Why is this article not out there and in the face of every Jamaican? Why is the current administration not putting this out there? Because the PNP does a wonderful job, you see. They've managed to get into the trenches of the indigent and the very depressed of the society. And that's where the propaganda machine is very, very, very successful. And unfortunately for Jamaica, those are the people who go out and vote, who are not very critical thinkers. And the more articulate Jamaicans stay home, or none at all. They don't care about what's happening. And thus the reason why they have the kind of success they have, and they have the kind of audience they have, and their propaganda spread loud, because dirt do sell. Dirt do sell. And so how do the current administration counters that? It's by plastering all over, having this plaster all over. Like the article that was just read here. Okay.
First, you need the people to be conscious. You need the people to know, take seriously the whole matter of politics. As I said before, the right things, things that can uplift us as a people, doesn't matter to us, right? Lives like these don't even go over 200 so easily, but if you talk about something that is going to like tear somebody apart or like criticize somebody or tear them to pieces and bring them down, you would see
dirt cells.
Yes,
dirt cells.
It's dirt,
that's what it
right?
is. Yes.
So the black man's consciousness, our society is turned upside down. We love the things that destroy us, right? And dislike the things that build us, right? Now, one of the problems that we have we're not proud of ourselves based on how our issue has been taught, because we are taught the more traumatic part of our history, but we have not been taught the triumphant part of our history, right? So we are taught to think of ourselves as victims only. Now, I'm not saying that it's not important for us to know about slavery, right? I'm not saying to leave it out, but what aspect of our history that teaches us to be proud of ourselves? We are not taught to be winners. There is no triumph in the black man's history, right? That part is hidden. And when you do that to a people, right? When you do that to a people, what you do, you let them see themselves as victims. What do you do with victims? Are you proud of victims? No. You're not proud of victims, right? When you see a beggar on the road, it's not somebody you are proud of. Somebody you actually offer sympathy to that person, right? But you're not proud. You don't want to be like that person. You understand what I'm saying? So if we're not that proud of ourselves, right, then we are not proud of our own identity. We need to get to the place where it's a triumph and you're proud to be black. If you have to say you're proud to be black, you're already defeated. Because if you're really proud to be black, you don't, it's not something that you have to say. You have never heard a white man say he's proud to be white. You understand what I'm saying? Because when something is obvious, you don't say.
I feel like white supremacists actually reinforce.
You do have white supremacists, yes. You do have white supremacists. And if you happen to live in these societies like where I'm living, you'd realize.
No, but you don't hear a white man say they're proud to be white because they expect being white is enough to be proud.
Well, it's a privilege. It's a privilege, and just on the front, on the face of it, it's a privilege.
There's a time when black people were slaves. So in terms of reinforcing and underscoring